Well, the Xbox ROG Ally reviews are in, confirming something that I had been continually trying to tell people before the device came out, that it was a perfectly fine device to get if it was going to meet your needs, and the reviews are mostly positive, especially for the more expensive model, but the consensus seems to be it's not an Xbox. And this is a significant problem, despite all of the hand waving that people are doing now and acting like, well, it's no big deal that it's not an Xbox. This actually runs right into the side of the boat for the marketing from Xbox, insisting that everything is now an Xbox, and yet their latest piece of hardware is being reviewed as not an Xbox. This is not about hate. This is not about telling people the device is bad or not worth purchase. This is about consumers being properly informed about what a device can and can't do, and it just continues the muddled messaging of Xbox as a brand. And those who act like this is no big deal, or they will claim that this video is hate, you should really start to question why they're doing that. Why are they running defense for this device? Why are they running defense for the brand? Anybody who is critical, anybody who points out the fact that the messaging has been muddled or that the marketing for this device was unclear, why are they cast as haters? Why are they attacked or criticized or subtweeted about? I think you really need to start to analyze why that is happening. There are Xbox-centric outlets that at least have the wherewithal to say this is not an Xbox. And I think that's very, very important for people to know. If you're going to buy it, fine. Buy it knowing what it is capable of. There are even clips of a news outlet claiming it can play console games. That's not true. It can play PC games that may actually also be on your console. But it's not playing console games. It's playing PC games. Ports of games, PC versions of games are different. And if they're not in the Play Anywhere program, you're not going to be able to play them on this device. Pushback that, oh, you could cloud stream it. You could remote stream it. That's not what the device was cast as. It's not a remote play device. That is its capability in addition to being a native device. And as Linus said in his own review video, if you're looking for something to play remote or cloud, there are already devices like that that are much cheaper. The reason you're paying the $1,000 price point is for something you can play natively. Now, you might be asking, why are the lights different? What's going on? Well, right now, we're in basically morning coffee, but I wanted the beginning of the video to have at least some substance and some meat to it. About an hour into the stream, I'm going to go through my official monologue about this. I did some research, I read reviews, I watched reviews, and there will be a timestamp below. If that's not there, you can just skip ahead by about an hour. We're making an adjustment to how members-only content shows up on the channel because it's been very damaging on YouTube, and we don't want to frustrate you as a subscriber to my channel. If you're like, hey, I like your channel and your content, but man, oh man, you've been really kind of hitting me in the face with content that I can't watch. So now what we're going to do is the show is going to open. This is typically a segment called Morning Coffee where I just kind of vibe with the audience, and only members can talk. We've moved Green Room to the Discord. That is something that we did yesterday, and you really missed out. It's more like a video call where you get immediate response from me, as well as my producer, as we sort of plan the next day's shows. That's a great reason to decide to become a member, especially Member Plus or VIP. You get into those extra goodies whenever we do like a community game night or something. So with this change, I'm just going to say good morning to the people that are here. Good morning to the members. Hopefully you guys enjoy the slight adjustment. You're getting the same content. We're just bracketing it differently. You're still getting your morning coffee. You're still getting your daily talk show in Green Room. We're just having to have that delivered to you slightly differently because of the changes that YouTube has made. If they rectify some of those changes, we will go back to business as usual. And I hope you guys can understand that these changes were not something that I did lightly. We tried to hold the line for 9 months on this, and we've decided that we have to make this change. So I hope you understand. Hope you continue to support the channel. If you don't, I understand change can be upsetting, but we're going to continue to deliver the same great content and the same great access that you get as a member, if not maybe even increased now with the changes we're making to Green Room in the Discord. You're getting a little bit more of an intimate interaction, pause, with me and my producer. And thank you so much, Weapon, for being one of the first to decide to jump in today. Let me go ahead and grab my tool here, and I'm going to kind of reset here, and that is a VIP. That's a brand new membership. I'm counting that as a double. We're now officially 20 away from 200. If you guys want that Friday night stream, we're going to be playing Dead Take logo PNG. Let me see if I can find a PNG of this so I can put it over there so you guys know what is on the potential docket here for Madam and I to play on a Friday night. We like to play those scary games with you guys, and Dead Take has gotten a lot of praise. So we'll put this over here as an extension of the goal right now. That's what we're going to be playing on Friday night with you guys. It's spooky month, man. It's October. My kiddos put the Halloween decorations up last night. So make sure you guys are hitting that like button. YouTube won't be on Green Room at all. No, for the time being, we will not be creating any members content. We won't. We are going to have to kind of follow suit. Even big YouTubers are doing that. People that are much larger than me and could conceivably weather the storm, even they are like, we're not doing this anymore. It's too destructive, and it's really hurt us for the last 9 months. I didn't want to take it away from you, so I'm still giving it to you. It's just going to have to be in the Discord. Yo, Zycon, thank you so much for 7 months over there on Purple. I appreciate it so much. It's worth the upgrade for the extra content. Yeah, people in chat will tell you how fun Green Room was yesterday in the Discord, so take their word for it and, you know, bump up and jump in our Discord, all right? Chill out with fighting words. All the pals and buddies and my guys can be done without. Who is saying that? If you walk in making bot statements, do not be surprised when you're met with that same energy, my guy. What's Feet on Land saying? I said that with sarcasm. Relax, my guy. It's not that serious. Oh, Feet on Land. It's funny because I see the reviews of the ROG Ally X and people loving it, but all I see is them using Steam. Well, here's the thing, Feet on Land. And I was kind of questioning what you were saying when you said, hey, you know, the rumors were put to bed by Sarah Bond. I'm like, what rumors? And secondly, you know, there is criticism of the software. Many of the reviews I watched, you know, Tom Warren on Twitter, they're all saying, look, man, this thing, it's a nice start, but the OS and the Xbox part of it needs some polish. You know, that's one of the things that you would buy it for, and it's not even in the best state. Like, as a device, it's getting good reviews. They're like, yeah, it's a little bit stronger. You know, you're going to get a little bit of a bump. On the more expensive one, you're going to get a little bit of a bump in performance. Linus was like, hey, if you run it at the lower battery threshold, the battery life on it's great. The screen is nice. You know, the feel of it's nice. As a device, people are like, yes, this is a good device. But the OS part, the UI part is not in the best... not in the best place. Yeah, people are basically saying it feels like a beta. And that's probably because it was rushed. It would be my assumption that the software portion has been a bit rough. I'm sorry. And Joker Quinn, thank you so much for bumping the line by 1 and bumps us to 182. If you guys want that Friday night stream with Madam, we got to hit 500. If we don't, that's all right. We'll take a night off. Does the Discord lock you out after a while? I had to reset in Green Room and couldn't get back in. As long as your Discord and your YouTube are linked, it should let you in. If not, we can always resync the server if you're not able to do that. That's what Time said. Tech of the year. I mean, I think that list of items though was a bunch of like just random tech items. Like, I'm not going to really take that to the bank. I'm going to go to guys that actually like review tech items, and those are the people I'm going to go to who are talking about it. Nobody is being heavily critical of the device. There's nothing inherently wrong with the device. It's that they're saying a handful of things very consistently. That the OS and the UI is not great. It could use a lot of improvement. There's bugs. I mean, Xbox Era is talking about how it's got bugs galore, was the word that they used. And they're all saying it's not an Xbox. And the thing that kills me in this debate and this discussion is people went from ardently defending it and saying it was an Xbox and running with narratives that it would be able to, you know, play your Xbox games natively. And that's not true. None of those things are true. When you find out those things are not true, then they want to make it about the people saying, hey, see, we told you it wasn't an Xbox. Why are you focused on me, would be my question. Why are you focused on the people on Twitter that are like, we told you it wasn't an Xbox? You should be focused on the company that told you that it was. I mean, we'll all sit back with bated breath and wait for you to hold Xbox accountable because you're in a real big hurry to hold like people on Twitter who console war and YouTubers like myself. You're quick to hold us accountable. I'm not the one who told you it was an Xbox. I'm not the one who marketed it and said that it would be able to play games all across your Xbox library. Xbox said that. Why don't you hold them accountable for their marketing and their statements that paint a false impression? We are once again having the exact same discussion, and the same people are acting like, yeah, it's no big deal that it's not an Xbox. What do you mean it's not a big deal? That's their entire marketing push, is that everything's an Xbox. And you're just going to hand wave a device that they called an Xbox, and you're going to be like, yeah, it's not a big deal that it's not an Xbox. It seems like you're more upset that you got it wrong, and you want to like passively take swipes at the people pointing that out instead of holding the brand accountable. Like, at least some of the Xbox-centric or more Microsoft-leaning outlets are calling it what it is. They're like, it's not an Xbox. It is a PC handheld, which is something I sat in this chair and said over and over and over again. And I was accused of hating. I was accused of console warring. And I'm like, why are you guys so allergic to information and facts and truth that it gets interpreted in your brain as hate? Speaking honestly about the device is hate. I mean, I'm sorry I don't just spew the PR nonsense that you get from Xbox. I was just speaking frank about the device. I'm like, if you go to where the device is listed, it's literally described as a PC handheld. Call it what it is. Like, why is that such a problem? It doesn't make any sense to me. A guy today on my Twitter feed, he's like, you were hating on it and wanted it to suck. You will never, and I mean never, find a clip of me saying that I hope that it sucks and that I was hating on it. I was always so flabbergasted. I was like, why won't people just talk about it like, honestly, talk about it as it is? It's a PC handheld with Xbox branding on it. It's not an Xbox. And they want to do false equivalencies about, well, you can't play every single PlayStation game ever, so the PlayStation 5 is not a PlayStation. It's like, no. Xbox sold you an identity and a brand and a concept this gen with backwards compatibility. And now they're saying this new device is an Xbox when it fails at those fundamental things that they sold you on with the Series S and the Series X. It also doesn't make any sense to call everything an Xbox, and then one of your first new pieces of hardware, virtually every review is saying the same thing. It's not an Xbox. That's a pretty significant PR problem and a pretty significant marketing problem when the outlets you sent the device to are like, it's not an Xbox. It isn't. So why are you calling it an Xbox, Microsoft? What are we even talking about here? The Xbox Series X and S can't play every single Xbox game ever, so what are they talking about? Right, there is a certain modicum of backwards compatibility that's just expected now, right? Going from Switch 1 to Switch 2, people just expected to be able to play their Switch games. There were some that had issues, right? PS4 to PS5, there was a very, I think, reasonable expectation that I'm going to have access to all my games. Xbox to Xbox, same deal. When I boot up my Series X, like, there's just an expectation that, like, yeah, a good chunk, if not the majority of the games that I owned are going to be there. That was something that was promised to me. When you start talking like everything is an Xbox, because you're working on, this cloud, this ecosystem, you're working on backwards compatibility, that's all well and good, but it's also like, okay, the thing that I did to a guy this morning, I was like, what's an Xbox? Please answer that question. That's the scalpel that gets to the heart of the matter here every time. If you're watching a podcast, if you're interacting with one of these people on Twitter, that's the question you ask them. It shuts the whole conversation down and gets to the crux of the matter. What's an Xbox? Tell me what an Xbox is. Because it's so vague now, it's so nothing, it's like it doesn't mean anything. And if you're all conceding that the Asus ROG Ally X, the Xbox ROG Ally X, if you're conceding that it's not an Xbox, then we have a serious problem on our hands because nobody knows what an Xbox is. Not even Xbox does. They're calling something an Xbox that the review outlets are saying is not an Xbox. Have we ever been in a situation like this ever before? A brand insisting that something is something, and then all the review outlets are like, yeah, it's not that something. What? Well, Asus and Xbox call it that. Well, the people reviewing it are like, it's not. Xbox Era said that it's not. They gave it a 7 out of 10. They're like, it's not an Xbox. It's pricey. It's got issues. I haven't said a single thing this morning that is hate or that the device is bad. I'm literally looking at the actual marketing of it and saying, why don't you take issue with the fact that they said all these things? That's the issue. Lost the bet? Lost what bet? Eugene says the PS3 and 360 games are last gen. We don't expect to have true backwards compatibility with. PS4 and Xbox One forward better always be compatible. Yeah, it's like when somebody bought the Nintendo Switch 2, they weren't necessarily expecting to have all their GameCube games or all their Nintendo Wii games on it. You expect the previous gen to have a very, very substantive presence, and then the other gens are just kind of like, well, if they're there, great. But I don't think that the vast majority of the consumers were like, when I buy a PS5, I better have all my PS2 and 3 and 1 games there. Like, it would be nice. But I think, again, I'm speaking average consumer. When I bought my Xbox Series X, I wasn't like, all my 360 games better be there. Now, when I saw the vast majority of them, I got excited. I was like, that's pretty stinking cool. And then when all my Xbox One games were there, I was like, that's great, especially when they did FPS boost to games like Titanfall. I was like, this is awesome. So the expectation has been set by Microsoft and Xbox themselves that when you buy one of our pieces of hardware, you buy an Xbox, your stuff's coming with you. They knew that was important. That's why Sarah Bond said what she said. That's why she said you'll be able to play games all across your Xbox library. Why? Because they're trying to paint a picture that this is an Xbox. The question you should be asking, why are they doing that? And why did they have willing participants out there running damage control for them, and they're doing it again? They're like, oh, well, yeah, of course this isn't an Xbox. What do you mean? We spent weeks talking about this. Every time it came up, I got frustrated. I was like, what is so wrong with saying it's a PC handheld? Why is that a problem? You're describing the device. Calling it an Xbox is so incredibly confusing because it's like, what do you mean by that? What is an Xbox? So the handheld should play all the series games? Yeah, like imagine right now, there are plenty of games right now you can buy on your Series X, and it won't work on this because it's not a play anywhere game. And according to Moore's Law is Dead, he just did a video that we reacted to. He's spoken to developers, and they don't like Play Anywhere. A lot of them opt out of Play Anywhere. They don't want to do it, which is something that I said a while ago. I said, publishers and developers aren't going to want to do Play Anywhere. It's not in their business interest to do Play Anywhere. Hey, if your game sells on our Xbox, we would like to let people play that for free anywhere else. You know, anywhere else the game shows up. PC, laptop, tablet, iPhone. We don't want them to have to buy the game again. Who the frick are you? Why would we do that for you? What do we get out of that? It's just like Game Pass. The only way Microsoft's going to incentivize people to do Play Anywhere, they're going to have to subsidize it. You're going to have to pay developers and publishers money because you're asking them to sell less copies of their game to be a part of your program. It's the same dumb mistake. It's like, what are you doing? You're running against what is in the business interest of most developers and most studios. That's why when Moore's Law is Dead said he spoke to developers about it, it shouldn't be surprising at all that developers are like, no, we're skipping Play Anywhere. Why would we do Play Anywhere? Why would we do that? If we sell our game on Xbox and you also happen to have a PC in your home, buy it again. Why would we give people a reason to not do that? It's stupid. Xbox's entire brand the last couple of years has focused more on giving people the ability to not pay money And they're doing it again. It's like, well, if you buy the game once, then you have it everywhere. And I think developers and publishers are going to look at that and be like, this does not make an ounce of sense. Our entire business structure, our entire budget centers around selling games. You created another business brand identity marker that is contrary to the business interests of developers and publishers. Wait, what is this? Hang on. Somebody ordered some coffee. Thank you so much, Silent Warrior, for getting a bag of Frickmas and 4 bags of Dart. Guys, coffee's still available. Use that coffee command. And we are in morning coffee right now. Opening hours just a little bit more laid back. Only the members can talk. Oh, by the way, we're bringing Q&A back. So you're going to want to be here when the show starts, especially if you're a member. You can submit questions right now. After I go through my monologue, I'm going to read through your questions. So if you have questions about today's topic, we're not always going to be single topic. Today we're single topic. If you submit questions now, that is a perk as a member. Your question will get added to the queue and be part of a segment that happens after I do my talk. We're getting back to our roots here. This is something I did in Destiny, and people really liked it. People weren't using the question command because they could just get their question answered during the stream. Well, we're going to have an actual segment after the talk where I go through your questions. So right now, if you do !question, or if you do !Q, I believe Q also works. Yes, !question or !Q, and then submit your question. It'll get added to the queue for later. I need members to engage with that. That's a really important segment that we want to do, and we want you to be a part of it. PC games and console games are separate copies. Work was required to produce each version separately. Why the blank would a dev be okay with giving away one product for free? Yeah, this is another thing where I just think consumers, understandably, why would you care about this? Hang on. Team Ann Grove with the 5-bomb over here on YouTube. Bumps the line to 187 and a VIP renewal from my man Silent Warrior, who just ordered some coffee. 49 months and a VIP from Silent Warrior. 4+ years. Keep it going. Love the show and the coffee. Thank you. Boys, we're going to need to rally. You can gift now during morning coffee on both platforms. Friday night is in jeopardy at this point. Make sure your Discord account's connected to YouTube if you were having issues yesterday. Yeah, some people were having issues. Just connect it too. Wait a week or two, and you'll start seeing these show up in stores as discounted open box, says the Superfly. You'll have a lot of people buy them thinking it's a console, realize it's a PC, and it's hard to use, and then return it quickly. I will be very interested to see what the larger market thinks of this thing. Right? I'd be very interested to see what the larger market thinks of this. Superfly gifts a member also over there on purple, and I'm going to bump the line. It's now 9-2 or 11 away from 200. Businesses would have an issue, no doubt. Most consumers won't. Are consumers complaining they can't buy a game twice? No. Karen, you're misunderstanding. I'm not talking about the consumers. In order for Microsoft, just really think about this. They're out here telling you that everything's an Xbox, and they're touting Play Anywhere, okay? That goes into your brain, and if you're like, ooh, that sounds great, guess what the developers are saying? They're saying, why would we do that? We don't want to do that. So guess what's going to happen? You're going to go to that Play Anywhere list, and it's always going to be a limited list. It's not going to be every major game. It's not going to be every major AAA title, right? Like, I don't know, GTA 6. You think GTA 6 is going to be okay with that? You think they're going to be okay with you buying the game once and never having to buy it ever again if you play it on PC or some other device? Now, obviously not the PlayStation, but Play Anywhere being sold to consumers when we know developers and publishers aren't really going to want to do it is a terrible idea. Calling everything an Xbox, releasing a brand new piece of hardware, calling it an Xbox, and then every review outlet with a brain in their head is like, this is not an Xbox. That is a serious marketing PR problem. This is no different than when they said the Series S would play everything exactly the same as the Series X, but at 1440. That wasn't true. And the people that are going to have a go at me, and you're going to subtweet, and you're going to make remarks about people celebrating that it's not an Xbox or fixating that it's not an Xbox, that's the entire marketing push from Microsoft. Why are you not holding them accountable for bad marketing, statements that are misleading to the public, and an entire brand shift that now just doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, what is an Xbox? What if the consumer that thinks it's an Xbox walks in the store and buys it, what they think an Xbox matters more than your weird, vague definition that now doesn't really have any meat to it. It's like, I don't know what any of this is. I don't even know. If you ask me right now, how does Microsoft define an Xbox? I'm like, I don't know. A device that can access their ecosystem is an Xbox, which is like, that means an iPhone is an Xbox. Do you really think that the average consumer thinks that? Silent War, I already thank you. Hang on. Joker Quinn with the 5 spot, trying to keep the member train going. Thank you. A hype train started over here on Purple. Now's the time, boys. Now's the time. 2 questions have been submitted. All right? 2. Let's try to get that number to 10. If you've got a question about this, you want my opinion on this, submit your question with the question command or the Q command. It'll get added to the question feed for later. And Wire Rope drops a 5 bomb as well for Purple and puts us on the doorstep at 200. We're right there. The Fire TV stick. GTA 6 is going to be $110 standard. No, it's not. It's hard to believe they'll agree to that. It's not going to be that expensive. It's Chill Will says the Play Anywhere list is terrible as of now too. This is not a device for the normies, and most of us will do research before buying. Does that excuse anything that I just talked about? First thing Moore's Law is dead said is it's called ROG Xbox Ally X. Asus comes before the Xbox. A Member Plus renewal from Bumble Pants and a single gifted from Lone Wolf. Moving a 300 Series S customer to a $1,000 ROG or Magnus is going to be a difficult sell. No longer the cheap gaming option. Thank you so much. Boom, boom. Agent of Chaos is Lone Wolf. Guys are going to have to hustle. I now owe a member to YouTube. You guys are going to basically need to average about 150 more members a day and then 150 more tomorrow if you want that Friday night stream with Madam. Stranger things have happened. We have definitely done it before. You're going to have to bat signal the big boys or go on a 5 train. There we go. 4 questions have been submitted, guys. Use that question command. It is a perk for members, and Q&A will now be a segment after I do my talk about an hour into the show. I'm going to learn for the next 30 minutes. Need to practice my wedding speech. Get it. Kill it. Crush it. Do awesome. To me, it's more like, what is an Xbox? This is the thing that I'm saying. That's what should be happening right now. Dollars to donuts. Everybody's going to fixate on the people that are like, oh, why are you so concerned that it's not an Xbox? Oh, I don't know. The company selling the device said that it is one. I don't know. They're just a teeny quibble. I mean, it's a tiny one. It's a small issue. It's not that, it's not that big of a deal. A company known for misleading marketing tactics the last 5 years called this thing an Xbox. And now you're acting like, what's the big deal? It's not an Xbox. They said that it was. Why is that not getting criticized? Where's the accountability? Where is it? Every Bleed Green podcast, every Bleed Green YouTube channel should right now be calling them out on this and saying, you don't even make sense anymore as a brand. You say everything's an Xbox. You say this new thing is an Xbox, but everybody you sent the device to is saying that it isn't. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Are we all just forgetting that they couldn't sell the Series X and the Series S, and now they're going to try and sell a $1,000 handheld? Well, I mean, obviously they're going to make it to the scale of the demand, Ghost. I don't think there's going to be high demand for it. Especially once your loyalists realize it's not an Xbox. One of the primary target audiences for this thing are people with Xboxes. They're going to be like, wait, this thing's not an Xbox. Thank you so much. You guys are submitting questions now. I love to see that. I want to bring Q&A back. Both Purple and YouTube can add questions. Awesome23 with 30 months of members. Let's keep that member train going. The hype train on Purple. You got a minute to roll it over. Let's see it. Renew your primes. Give some members. Jump in for the first time if you've never been a member before. I'm seeing some good questions get submitted. I'm excited to answer those. That's always really fun. It pops up here on the stream. Everybody can see your name and your question, and then I'll answer it. Let me pause the thing that nobody likes. Meanwhile, guys, smash the like button. In 10 minutes, we're diving into my monologue about this. We're doing the talk. The talk is back. Q&A is back. Thank you guys for a strong start of the day. This is still meant to be morning coffee. This is for you as members. Only members can talk right now. Only members can submit questions as well. And thank you to everybody who's doing that. Did you see the playlist? I saw you say something about it. Is it something you're saying I can use during Green Room? I put a playlist in the Discord. If I would have known, I would have had a massive playlist raid. And Green Room has streamed on Purple. I would have set up a massive list of everything proving your point. Oh, no, I've not seen your playlist. No. Yeah, I just paused them, Wilbur. Sorry about that. I think PC gamers know what this device is. I can see the casual Xbox audience not understanding the difference due to the marketing 100%. Luckily for me, I haven't had an Xbox since the OG Xbox One. Okay. I'm going to keep driving this point. Focusing on the consumer, and I'm not having to go at you, Buckeyes, but a lot of people are going to do what you're doing, and so I think this is a very pertinent point. Focusing on the consumer and the consumer's response or what the consumer thinks of this, I think is superfluous to the discussion. The discussion should be about why people are letting this company lie. Why are you letting them lie? Do you see? I don't care how it's internalized by PC Master Race, by PlayStation ponies, by Xbox loyalists. I don't care how they internalize it or understand it. That doesn't matter to me. They have their own due diligence to do. To go and do research. Why are you letting the company lie? Why? Where's the accountability? If PlayStation would have come out and been like, this PS5 Portal is a PlayStation, I'd have been like, no, it's not. It's a remote play device. It's a $200 accessory. It's a controller with a screen in it. It's not a PlayStation. Don't you think it's interesting that nobody was out there insisting that the PlayStation Portal was a PlayStation? Isn't it interesting that the people that have attached themselves to that brand and get the invites and do the fun stuff and are out here getting the device, right, leading up to this device coming out, man, they were insistent about this. It's an Xbox. It's an Xbox. They're saying it's an Xbox. It's an Xbox. Why are you, what the heck? What? Nobody did that with the PlayStation Portal because we were like, it's a remote play device. Every time the PlayStation Portal came up, I tried to let people know it is a remote play device. You need to have it on the same network at home for the best results, or good internet while you're out and about on Wi-Fi. You're basically connecting to your PlayStation at home. It is not a handheld. I was doing the same thing with the Portal that I did with the Asus ROG Ally, the Xbox ROG Ally. I was doing the same thing. I was like, listen, y'all, you need to know what this device is. It's not what you think. If you thought the Portal was a handheld, I kept telling people, I'm like, it's not a handheld. It's a remote play device. It's not going to play anything native. I even warned people when it first came out that one of its biggest drawbacks, I was like, you can't use Wi-Fi in a hotel if they have like a shell web page you've got to go through. They've updated it. You can now do that. But at launch, I told people, I was like, it can't do that right now. If you're doing a lot of traveling, you need to know that capability of it is lacking. And then they added it, 6 months later, I think. And now it's a cloud device. Yes, now it can play cloud games as well. Did you see this poll from Dark? What's Doc Dark doing? I feel like that the thing that frustrates me about this is I feel like everybody's having the wrong conversation. Doc Dark says, can you play PS5 console games on a PlayStation portal? Literally a yes or no questions. If you have to add context to the answer, you're being disingenuous. Just answer to the best of your intelligence. What do you mean if you have to add context, you're being disingenuous? Doc, listen, I love you. Adding context isn't being disingenuous. Removing context is, brother. The irony, this is insane to me, homie. This sentence right here, the act of removing context is quite literally, by definition, disingenuous. Meaning your poll's disingenuous, my friend. Jiminy Christmas. Don't you dare add context. That's disingenuous. No, removing context is disingenuous. The platform of YouTube is full of React content that removes context because it's disingenuous. The context of what the portal can do is important. Why? Because it's what the device is. It's a remote play device. And being honest about that is something that I'm not allergic to. The PlayStation audience doesn't seem allergic to facts and truth. They're not like, you said that it's a remote play device. You're a hater. No. The PlayStation audience, if my memory is correct here, when the portal got announced and the portal details came out, the PlayStation audience was out here saying, it's not a handheld, it's a remote play device. Don't get it confused with a Steam Deck. Don't get it confused with a Lenovo Go. It is not a handheld. It is a remote play device. If you'd have come into my stream and you'd have said, hey, that PlayStation Portal is just a remote play device, I'd have been like, yeah, you're exactly right. Consumers should be properly informed about a device's capabilities. That is not something that people should have such a strong allergy to. What the frick is the problem with that audience? I don't understand it. It's like, why are you so upset when someone says something factual? It's a PC handheld. You're a hater. It's not an Xbox. You're a hater. Oh, I'm so sorry that what I said was so upsetting. And now we're creating this notion that people are upset that it's being called an Xbox. No. Don't project emotion onto this. This is holding a brand accountable that for the last 5 years gets in front of a camera and lies to you with slick marketing. That's what this is. This is a reckoning. This is not, oh, I'm angry. You called it an Xbox. I'm in my feels and you've really upset me. No. I know this is unusual to see passion and accountability lobbied at a brand that you like since you never frickin' do it. I know that's difficult, so you accuse people of being upset when they hold your brand accountable. It's so foreign to you, you have to project emotion onto it. You're like, oh, why are these people so upset? We're not upset. We're doing the thing you lack the stones to do. We're holding the brand accountable. You walk in front of a camera and you're like, it's an Xbox. No, it's not. It'll play games all across your Xbox library. No, it'll play anywhere games. It'll play PC versions of those games. It's not playing console games. It's playing PC versions of those games. But you let them get away with it. That's why projecting emotion onto this is their only play. It's their only play. There's no factual approach to the discussion. There's no logical approach to the discussion. It's, well, we need to make these people look, angry and unhinged and obsessed because we can't engage with what they're saying. We can't engage with what they're saying because it's factual. The lead up to this device coming out, every time it came up, I literally stopped talking about it because it was like an ice pick to my temple. It was like, oh my gosh, it's an Xbox because they call it one. The frick? I can call myself a glass of orange juice. It doesn't make me one. Alex was 7 months. Thank you so much. Laura Fryer said the same thing, and the bots went after her. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. What's so difficult about holding a brand accountable? Stop thinking Xbox is a hardware brand. It's an ecosystem brand. They shifted that. It's what they set out to do. Everything using the software is an Xbox. Everything using what software? What are you talking about? The Asus ROG Ally, the Xbox ROG Ally doesn't even use the same software as the Xbox. What are you even talking about? The PS5 can't play PS1, PS2, and PS3 games, but it's still a PS5. It's a false equivalency. It's a false equivalency because when you purchased your Series X and your S, there was a modicum of games that you expected to be able to play from the 360 era, the Xbox One era, but you generally expected to play Xbox One games because that was the generation directly behind it. When you buy a PS5, you have the same expectation. You generally expect to play virtually all of the PS4 games and a reasonable amount of PS1 to PS3. That era of time is got less people expecting to be able to play all those games. Nobody right now is saying it's not an Xbox because it can't play Xbox One games or 360 games. We're saying it's not an Xbox because it isn't one. That's why it's not an Xbox. It is a PC handheld that has remote play access to your Xbox, cloud access, and it can play anywhere games like any other PC handheld in the market. Do you see the problem? They're telling you it's an Xbox, and functionally it's no different. It's not like it suddenly can do something that those other devices can't do. That's the problem. You're going to the market and you're calling something an Xbox, and everybody, I guess, is supposed to just get in line with their new definition and be like, oh yeah, that's an Xbox because they put a logo on it. Like, and think about what you're saying. You're giving a brand a blank check to just change definitions regardless of consumer expectation. Do you have any idea how absurd that is? That would be like Amazon saying, well, we think movie trailers are movies. So we're going to start telling people that everybody that signs up for Amazon Prime gets thousands of free movies. And you're like, okay, cool, that sounds incredible. And then you go and you press play and you're like, this isn't a movie, this is a movie trailer. Oh, but we've redefined what a movie is. You see, we think a movie trailer is a movie because, you know, it basically tells you the crux of the story. It's like the Cliff's Notes version of the movie. It's 1.5 to 2 minutes and you largely get the gist of the movie. It's a movie. You'd be like, are you insane? You can't just redefine what a movie is and then sell it to me as a value point. That's what Xbox has done. They're like, well, we've just redefined what an Xbox is, and you just got to accept that it's basically anything. This is absurd. This is absolutely within the confines of what communication runs on. This is absurd. This entire situation is insane to me. It's like conversation and discussion, communication and language only works when we have agreed upon definitions. If you just change the definitions of words, it's just like, well, nobody knows which way's up now. Thank you, Lightly, for 50 months in a VIP. A company that has sold a console under the moniker of Xbox for years and years and years and years just walked into the market and called something an Xbox that lacks significant functions of an Xbox. Every review outlet they sent the device to is saying it's not an Xbox. This is where we are. The question you have to ask is, who's right? Who's right? Who's correct? Are you going to trust the company selling it to you? Are you going to trust the company that told you just 4 games? Are you going to trust the company that said, we have no plans to put Game Pass on PlayStation and Nintendo when the real question was about first-party games? You're going to trust them? The trust in this company, the trust in this brand and what they say, and the defense of this brand and what they say, to me, is absolutely flabbergasting. It is befuddling. They are so consistently dishonest, so consistently misleading to you. The company that had to set their Series S marketing video to private because it was so egregiously misleading. That's the company that you're going to be like, no, yeah, they say it's an Xbox, it's an Xbox. To me, it should be studied. There should be a documentary on this generation and the degree of trust that Xbox was able to maintain while being one of the most provably dishonest companies I have ever seen. I mean that. They're one of the most provably dishonest companies I think I've ever seen. And the degree of trust and allegiance and defense is just shocking. It is shocking. We got to transition to the talk. I'm all wound up. I'm ready to go. And you guys, as members, can submit questions. I'm going to open up the chat now to everybody. That's a great reason to become a member, by the way, is you're going to be able to talk in this section that we just ended, which is basically morning coffee, and you're able to submit questions. All right? And if we hit this goal, you're going to get a Friday night stream with my wife. I'm going to leave that there, but I'm going to turn the goal off. We have brought Q&A back, so members, submit your questions during this talk. Light Leap has 50 months and a VIP, 50 months almost retirement age. Did I thank you for that, Light Leap? I can't remember if I did or not. If you wanted to be a part of what just took place, was just like an hour off-the-cuff random rant back and forth. Sometimes it's more chill than that because it's called morning coffee, but I'm wound up and ready to frickin' go. If you want to be a part of that, click the join button and also get in our Discord. That's where the green room happens now. All right? Okay, I did thank you, Lightleaf. Okay. Guys, $6 a month. Okay? Buy one less cup of coffee in the month. Just buy one less cup of coffee. $6 a month is all it takes to support me and what I do full time and get in our Discord. The new green room is basically, excuse me, it's like a video call. It's like immediate. It's not like a stream. You want to be there for that. So make sure you're connecting your Discords and getting in there. It's that kind of day. Listen, I'm fed up. I'm fed up with the personal attacks. I'm fed up with the lies. I'm fed up with all of it. All right? It's annoying. It is extremely annoying. And the reckoning coming for this brand and all the people that sat idly by and defended it, this is like the opening salvo. This is the beginning of the brand destruction and confusion, because you're literally sabotaging your own marketing by having this happen. Thank you so much, Garrett, for jumping back in on a Member Plus. Let me add you to the total. All right, we're exactly a 20 bomb away from the next milestone. I don't know if we've had a 20 bomb this week. Have we? I'm not sure. I think we've had 5s and 10s. You could be the first 20 bomb of the week. All right? If you do it, I'll thank you in a second. Now, I need to hit the record button. And Purple, you're faster on the latency. Let me know if this fiddles with the audio. We think we fixed that issue. I don't know why that happened. We're not sure. I just stopped and started the recording. All right? So we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't cause any issues. I'm going to record this. Sometimes people can't be here for the live shows, and we use these segments later. All right? We use these segments later as uploads. So if you like that, make sure and support those uploads when they hit. They're going to be hitting at like 4 in the afternoon Eastern every day, as well as on the weekends, so that you're constantly getting content from the channel. Okay? All right. And keep submitting those questions. All right? Okay. Here we go. Well, the Xbox Ally X reviews are in, and the consensus on one particular part is very clear. It is not an Xbox, which runs contrary to all of the marketing and the claims, not just of passionate fans, but of Xbox themselves when the device was announced and discussed. It really has, I think, torpedoed all of the Xbox marketing. All of the claims about, like, this is an Xbox, everything's an Xbox. How can you say that if the brand new device that you just launched is being described by virtually every review outlet as not an Xbox? If you're calling things like laptops, tablets, phones, if those are all Xboxes now, and then you turn around and you have Xbox-centric outlets reviewing your brand new handheld and saying, yeah, it's not an Xbox, that really calls the entire marketing and all of the dialogue from Xbox into question. Now, very quickly, I'm going to give you a rundown of some of the reviews that are out there with the purpose of what I tried to do before this came out. I wanted to warn consumers, hey, if you're going to buy this, you need to know what it is actually capable of. None of this is aimed at claiming it is a bad device or that you shouldn't buy it. I've not once said it's a bad device. I've not once hated on the device, despite the push and the claims from people who constantly misframe my content. I have never once said this device is bad. I said these devices are already in the market. People tend to like them. It could meet the needs that you have as a gamer. But I was always saying, if you buy this, you need to know exactly what you're buying. I find it both confusing and troubling that this was met with so much resistance and negativity when I tried to do this before the device came out. It's almost as if some folks have a vested interest in maintaining a false image of the device and the brand. They're almost allergic to truth. They would rather just parrot PR talking points instead of speaking frank about what the device can do. I was not the only one that was trying to signal the warnings about this device's limitations. People give Jez Corden of Windows Central a lot of guff because of some of his tweets, which he probably deserves some of the guff, but he tried to signal the warning before the device came out as well for Windows Central. He wrote an article that said, listen, this device is Xbox by name and software experience only. He was stressing that Play Anywhere games were available, but he was quick to point out, listen, third-party support for Play Anywhere is inconsistent. I recently reacted to a Moore's Law is Dead video where he said developers told him that the majority of developers are opting out of Play Anywhere because it does nothing for them other than take something that they've spent time building, a version for PC, and give it away for free if you're a part of Play Anywhere. Buying a game multiple times is certainly not common for consumers, but it's certainly not something that developers and publishers are against you doing because it's something that makes them money. Now, this is a pretty huge problem for Xbox's Play Anywhere push going forward, because if developers don't like it or don't want to be a part of it, well, then you can't constantly be stressing Play Anywhere if the list is slow to grow. But let's just quickly look at what folks are saying about the device. We're going to start with what I think is the most damning indictment of all of the claims and the bluster from folks who kept insisting that this was an Xbox, which, little side note, little side tangent, I find it incredibly funny that everybody is hand-waving this now. Well, what's the big deal? It's not an Xbox. Why are you so upset about this? Why aren't you upset? The brand that sold it to you told you it was an Xbox, and now you're just conceding that it's not? So I guess you're okay being lied to? I don't understand this complete lack of sense of self-worth. Like, take up for yourself. Hold these companies accountable. But the most damning indictment for me comes from Xbox Era. They have Xbox in their name. They've gotten some heat over the years for giving, like, Redfall a good score. Listen, okay, these guys said the following. The ROG Xbox Ally X, is it an Xbox? I don't think so. It's a $1,000 PC handheld that has a distinct Xbox flavor. They gave this a 7 out of 10. They have a good list of pros. They say it feels great to hold, game performance is great, plenty of options for a tinkerer, emulation works great, battery holds up well in most scenarios. A lot of the reviews have talked about how it's a good device. but they also have some cons in their review. They say that Windows still gets in the way, there are UI bugs galore, the screen feels a touch too small, and it's super expensive. Now, this is why I was trying to be a stickler after Xbox announced it. Sarah Bond said that the device would play Xbox games all across your library, which I said that's going to make folks think, hey, I can play my Xbox library on it, and that's not what she meant. She meant, yeah, you can play games all across your library, meaning not all of them, but, there's a bunch of them out there. There was a notorious clip of someone reading an article that said that the Xbox ROG Ally X would not play Xbox games natively, and his response was, but Xbox said that it would. This was a common misconception. I had folks in the comments on my YouTube channel insisting that I was wrong and that no, this will play Xbox games natively. Moore's Law is dead got community noted by folks who basically brigaded his tweet because they hate facts and truth, and they brigaded his tweet and got it community noted because he was saying it's not going to play Xbox games natively. And here we are. He was right. And the people brigading the tweet were wrong. And that's what Xbox wanted. They wanted you to have a misconception of this device, just like when they were misleading about the Series S's capabilities, to the point that they have to set the video to private. I can't stress that enough. A company had to set their own marketing video to private because it was so misleading. This is just another Just 4 Games moment. The chickens are coming home to roost, and everything they said doesn't really line up with reality. And you could say, well, the fancy wording means they didn't technically lie. This is exactly how I said it would be. A device is not landing in line with the marketing of the company, which isn't really surprising given Xbox's history this gen with saying things to sound a certain way, but then the actual thing ends up happening, and then people are quick to run defense force for them instead of holding them accountable for their dishonesty. But it's important to document and track this. I just covered how AMD and Xbox are working together and what that seed bed looks like. And it isn't great if you watch that Moore's Law is dead video or watch my reaction to it. So as a consumer, I'm just once again advising caution and skepticism when it comes to how Xbox positions their products and hardware going forward. The insistence that it's not a big deal or that people should do their due diligence, you should do your due diligence and hold the company accountable if you're out here running PR for them and getting a review copy of the device. Props to any outlet that is being honest about this thing's capabilities and throwing it on the thumbnail and saying it's not an Xbox. You respect your audience enough to give them the truth rather than placate to their ego or their brand loyalty. This is just not one outlet that expressed this sentiment, by the way. The Verge review states the following, quote, "This is not an Xbox. Microsoft's first Xbox handhelds are shipping, not fully baked." And this is written by Sean Hollister. He wrote the following on Blue Sky. He said, "The top phrases running through my mind while testing this was, someone's getting fired for greenlighting this launch. This is not an Xbox. If this is the future of Xbox, Xbox is screwed." Multiple reviews, both written and videos that I watched or read, discussed how the form factor feels great. And it's a nice device with good battery life, but the Windows bloat and the UI issues are still there. Many of them are careful to insist that and state that, listen, this is a PC handheld. It's a handheld PC. It's not an Xbox. They're all very, very consistent on that note. It's good to see so many outlets and YouTubers making sure the public is properly informed about this, since we have other people who are basically guilty of malpractice of giving people the truth, and they're more interested in staying in good with Microsoft. And when it comes to the Xbox full screen experience, Tom Warren from The Verge said he wished they had tested this with their Windows Insider program. He said it feels too early to be shipping this on an Xbox branded device, almost like it's a beta. He also said the Xbox app and the Windows itself, OS on there, needs a lot of handheld work. So even if you don't care about the question, is this an Xbox, the device itself still has some cautionary elements to it for folks looking for handhelds to improve and get better. Linus Tech Tip said that it's a step up. He had praise for certain elements of the device. He just said it wasn't as big of a step up as they would have liked to see. He also stressed that it's not an Xbox. There also seems to be a general consensus that the weaker version is not really worth purchasing. Many of the reviews were only really recommending the more expensive model at $1,000, albeit with a lot of caveats. Almost none of the reviews I read or listened to were strongly recommending either device, and even when they were recommending the more expensive one, it was with a lot of qualifiers and clarifications, making sure that people are fully aware of what the device is and what it's capable of. Since many are saying that the one reason to get it was the fact that it's an Xbox or has an Xbox flavor, the OS and the Xbox flavor isn't in great shape according to multiple reviews. It might be time to wait for them to improve that. The good news is that is software which can be updated, patched, and fixed. So, what are my thoughts about all of this, right? You OG guys remember my thoughts and my conclusions, all right? First, why am I focused so heavily on the fact that it's not an Xbox? Well, for a few reasons. The most glaring reason is that Xbox told you that it was an Xbox. I cannot stress that enough. To concede now that it's not an Xbox, say the full sentence. It's not an Xbox, and they told us that it was. The marketing was misleading, and all I can say is here we go again. The same people running defense, the same people acting like this is no big deal, as they always have, every step of the way, as this brand has completely devolved into something else than it was originally. This is also a significant torpedo to their "this is an Xbox" marketing. You can't tell me everything's an Xbox. This is an Xbox. Your glasses are an Xbox. But your brand new device that's branded as an Xbox has everybody saying that it's not one. That's a severe problem for your PR, for your marketing, for your consumer trust. Future hardware marketing needs to be heavily scrutinized. I really can't stress that enough. There's this PC hybrid that they're going to be marketing. It needs to be heavily scrutinized when they're talking about it, when they're making claims about it, because we have been here before. They lied about the Series S, and they lied about this device. Don't let them do it again. Second, does any of this make it a bad device? No, it doesn't make it a bad device. Plenty of the reviews are quite positive. That's not really surprising. This is basically a device that was already in the market. So nobody should have expected it to bomb or flop or fail or be some sort of a disaster. I wouldn't say the cheaper one's getting the highest of praise, but the more expensive device is getting praise and good reviews. The question about whether or not this device flopped or failed, well, that's up to Microsoft and Asus and whatever their goals were. Like, did it achieve what they wanted to see? So listen, this device can certainly meet the needs and the desires of folks looking for the latest handheld PC with an Xbox focus, but it's not an Xbox. And Microsoft is going to have to consider what their marketing and what their slogans mean if a brand new device is a walking refutation to all of their claims and promises. But those are just my thoughts. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Stop complaining about a handheld PC. Nobody's complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm calling a spade a spade. I'm calling a spade a spade. They were dishonest with the marketing. They had people running defense for them, and it's happening right now. The public should be properly informed about what a device is and what it is capable of. Willfully misleading the public is wrong. It's wrong. This isn't some gray issue for me. See, this is what's interesting to me. I'm 43 years old, and I get passionate about some things, and one of them is truth. One of them is what's right and what's wrong. And I think telling people things that aren't true and misleading them is wrong. There's a real bright line here for me. And the fact that people want to waffle and want to, weak spine treat this. Like, oh yeah, well, I don't know why you're so upset. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. I feel like we're very different people then. You can have different preferences and different brands that you like. You can. You can like a company that I don't like. That's fine. But if we can't have solidarity, if we can't have unity on what's true and what's false, on what's right and what's wrong, if we can't have solidarity on that, then that's a severe problem. You want to nitpick games, probably can't play on the handheld when your Scam Pro can't even play PS1, PS2, PS3. So that's a false equivalency and a whataboutism. Okay? We're talking about Xbox. We're not talking about PlayStation. We're not talking about the capabilities of backwards compatibility on consoles that were sold 5 years ago. Okay? We're in the present, homie. Catch up. Xbox told you this was an Xbox. Everybody that reviewed it is saying that it's not. They told you to be able to play games all across your library and gave people a false impression that this thing would be able to play all their games, and it can't. We are not talking about PlayStation whataboutisms and backwards compatibility on devices that were sold 5 years ago. That's not what we're talking about. For goodness sakes, you sound like the guy that shocked his dog and wants to distract everybody with world news. That has nothing to do with this. Microsoft's getting caught in another marketing PR snafu, and you're like, but PlayStation, though. PlayStation has nothing to do with this. The PlayStation has nothing to do with this, brother. Microsoft lied, let's rage. Why would you not hold a company accountable for being dishonest and misleading the public? Why are you okay with that? Do you not have self-respect? Do you not have standards as a consumer? You're like, that's fine. You know, lie to me, Daddy Phil. Lie to me, Sarah. That's fine. Just tell me stuff that's not true. Tell me all those sweet little lies. It doesn't make any sense to me. It is baffling to me that people won't say, you know what? What they said wasn't honest or true. What's so hard about that? I did the same thing to PlayStation when they weren't going to give people the free upgrade on Horizon. I was like, you told people it was going to be free. It should be free. That's ridiculous. Like, I held them to the same standards. Like, you said something, honor it. You don't even like Xbox, so what's the point of this? That's another lie. It's not surprising that you're defending lies while telling them. That's very on brand for your character. Listen, I've said this many, many times, and people like you and people that clip me and hate me and farm my content, they always ignore this fact. I came back to consoles with the 360, built a library on the 360, built a library on the Xbox One. My Destiny audience had to send me a PlayStation because I didn't want one. I went to PC for 60 frames per second in Fortnite and Destiny 2, and I was coming back home to Xbox with the Series X. And my Series X is collecting dust. I didn't build a library on it this gen. They fundamentally failed to deliver the promises that they gave me at the beginning of this gen, and now I'm very critical of the brand as they continue to mislead the public. And you're okay with it because you like the brand, and you think everything I'm saying is motivated by hate because you can't think within the realm of truth and falsehood or right and wrong. You only think in the realm of loyalty to a brand, and the minute somebody's not loyal to the brand, they're your enemy. The problem is with you. People like you are the problem. Consumers that just sit and say, oh, that's fine. Lie to me, Daddy. I won't be critical. Like, and then you want to make it about like, well, you hate Xbox. I mean, that's a fallacy of ad hominem. You're just going at me instead of my argumentation or anything I've said this morning. Oh, you hate Xbox. I don't hate Xbox. I'm being critical of everything they've been doing. I'm being critical of their misleading tactics and their slick wording. Like, my dislike or like of the brand is neither here nor there. That has nothing to do with anything I've said today. That's a distraction. That's a red herring. It's ad hominem. It's like two fallacies wrapped into one. Enjoy yourself with the device just how you enjoy PlayStation? What are you talking about? What are you even saying? If Nintendo would have come out with the Switch 2 and said it can play all of the original Nintendo games, and then I got it and it couldn't, I would have gone in on them. I'd have been like, what the heck? Why did you lie to us? Or why did you give us a false impression? Like, if they would have been really slick with their wording and made me think the Switch 2 is capable of doing something that it couldn't do, I would have held them accountable for that. It's the same reason It's the same reason I was heavily critical of Final Fantasy 16 when it came out, because they did all these interviews talking about how it was going to show off the power of the PS5, and the performance mode was a joke. So what did I do? I criticized them, and I held them accountable because it felt like the marketing was incredibly misleading for how Final Fantasy 16 turned out. Do you see the consistency there? Is I'm critical regardless of who it is. It's a matter of what's accurate and true and what's not. Like, that's what I don't understand. What is so hard about being critical of this brand? Why are you so allergic to it? You're in here upset. You're in here being critical. You're in here taking swings at me because I'm talking about a device and a company in a way that you don't like? Every company lies. Welcome to the real world. A perfectly good apathetic hand wave. Pathetic. That's pathetic. To just hand wave. Look, every company lies. Oh, okay, cool. That is just pathetic. Why have a go? This is what's really interesting to me. Fuzzy with 47 months in a VIP. The distance between what is said and what is known to be true has become an abyss. Listen to me. Listen to me. Why focus on me? What do you care? The irony of acting like it's not a big deal, well then why are you in here defending it? Why are you in here acting like it's not a big deal? Why are you in here taking up for Xbox? It's just some piece of plastic. It's just some device that the biggest company in the world has brought to the market, and I'm being critical of their marketing, how they positioned it, and being honest about what the device's capabilities are, and you're in here having a go at me. The real question would be, why are you doing that? Why do you have like a personal vendetta in here to be like, well, I better make sure I'm in there making sure people know that, well, you're just an Xbox hater? What? Like, the idea that you're going to see a device come to market and just hand-wave misleading marketing and hand-wave things that were said that were false, and customers that thought things that weren't true, and you're like, that's not a big deal. See, what I'm going to take issue with is a YouTuber being critical of my favorite brand. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. End of the day, you're not forced to buy it. You can still buy it and enjoy it. You don't seem to understand what's going on. So let me try to catch you up with what's going on. I am, in the public, holding a company accountable, along with those who have run defense force of that company. I'm holding them accountable. You can twist this, distort this, lie about this. You can tweet, call it a crash out, say I'm seething, malding, and coping about a $1,000 handheld that I have no interest in, that will do virtually nothing in the market other than piss off Xbox loyalists who thought it was going to be able to do more than it can. That's about all it's going to achieve. And if you think that's achieving something, by all means, get the clicks, get the comments, get the ad revenue by lying about me. That doesn't bother me. People have been lying about me for 2 years. They don't ever engage with what I actually say. They won't. I'll have comments all this weekend on my channel of people saying, you're just out here seething and coping about this device. You're just mad. What they're doing is they're sidestepping everything I'm saying because they can't engage with it. They don't have the stones or the balls to hold this company accountable and to say, you said it was an Xbox. Every person that has touched this thing is saying it's not an Xbox. That is an issue. That is an issue. Like what Zubair is saying, the issue is not the device. It's not whether or not you want the device. The issue is people being misled by the brand. That's the issue. And I want you to know something. Down to the bone marrow. The cowards that put me in their content over the weekend about this and sidestep the issue and don't call the company out, they're the problem. They won't say a word about this. They'll just mock, jeer, and laugh at me being passionate because that's an easy and lazy way to make content. None of them will have the stones to be like, the company lied. They were dishonest. That takes a spine. That takes a spine. Go against your audience. Go against the brand you're beholden to. Do it. I dare you. Do it. I'm your Huckleberry. I don't have any problem. None of these companies are gonna play nice with me because I don't do that. I don't kowtow to their marketing or their PR. If they do something stupid, I call it stupid. If they do something I don't agree with, I'm critical of it. Because it doesn't matter to me. Do you see me getting PlayStation codes? Do you see me getting sweet treatment from Sony? No. I ain't gonna get sweet treatment from Nintendo, that's for sure. hoping that they lose their lawsuit against Pocket Pair. I ain't gonna get good treatment by Nintendo. I'm certainly not gonna get good treatment by Microsoft or Xbox. So listen, this is as predictable as 75 degrees in San Diego. People are going to put me in their content. They're going to lie. They're going to claim I'm seething, malding, coping, angry, all these other, language infection Reddit terms because they can't come up with their own vocabulary and their own terms and their own way of discussing things. They'll just say those words, put tears on my face on their thumbnail because they can't come to grips with the fact that a company lied, and when you call them accountable for that, that can only be engaged with in a disingenuous way. You create this emotional cloud of like, well, he's just angry and he's just seething and he's just mad and he just hates Xbox. That's just more dominoes tipping over in a long list of dominoes tipping over. It's just cause and effect. Like, I'll make a video critical of the brand. I'll end up in videos of people lying about me and calling me an Xbox hater. There'll be 25-minute clips on Twitter today with false descriptions, with false frames. And people will engage with them. Apparently, reacting to a review is weird. That's weird. But interacting with salt content and false frame clips on Twitter is totally normal. It's going to be funny when the PlayStation handheld is released and it plays PlayStation games. I'm not calling you anything. I'm just waiting for examples of how it's not an Xbox and what Xbox functions it's missing. It doesn't have the Xbox operating system and it doesn't have your Xbox library on it. Done. Next question. I can buy games right now for my Xbox Series X that I can't play on this device. So how is it an Xbox? I'll tell you what. Don't ask me why it's not an Xbox. Ask all the review outlets why it's not an Xbox. Go ask Xbox Era why they said it's not an Xbox. Go ask them. Xbox Era said it. They said it's not an Xbox. Ask them why it's not an Xbox. They're saying it. You got to limit your characters on the questions. Go to 2016. Oh, yeah. The Austin Evans clip. Here, I'm going to pull up your guys' questions here in a moment. We're going to go to Q&A in a moment. You say go to 2016. This is a great shot of him. He's really getting ready to spit fire. All right, here we go.
Here's the question I keep coming back to. Is this actually an Xbox? Because Microsoft, they're putting the Xbox brand all over this thing. It's called the ROG Xbox Ally. There's an Xbox logo on it. The marketing is all about bringing the Xbox experience to a handheld. But this isn't an Xbox console. It is a Windows PC with Xbox features, and I think that distinction is incredibly important. You can't play your existing console library on this, so your digital 360, One, or Series X games, they won't work here unless they have a cross-device entitlement, which basically just means like stuff like first-party games like Halo will work, mostly. Otherwise, you're going to be going to Game Pass or a third party like Steam. Now, to be fair, many people will value their Steam library more than their Xbox library, and the Xbox Ally does have the advantage of playing pretty much every PC game ever in a way that not even the Steam Deck can match. But it depends on who you are. If you're someone who is coming from the console side of things, you might not have a Steam library, you might not care about that. You might have a decade of digital games you've purchased that almost all of which will not work on this, or at least a huge chunk will not. Think stuff like Baldur's Gate. You bought an Xbox, you're gonna have to buy it to get on the Ally. And then there's no quick.
Okay, so that's enough. That's enough. That just gets to the crux of the matter. Like, that's not me. That's somebody else. That's some other YouTuber who got sent the device. That's Austin Evans with over 5 million subscribers. I've seen his face in thumbnails before. I watched him on This Is reviewed it. He's talking about it here. You know, to his 5.6 million subscribers. And he's like, yeah, these are all the reasons that it's not an Xbox. You know, we can do this all day. We can do this all day. And instead of being like, you know what, you're right, this thing wasn't marketed all that well, you're gonna make it about me. People are gonna make this about me and like, oh, he's seething, he's molding. You don't want to know why? Because they can't interact with what I'm saying. They can't interact with what any of these people are saying. Here's another video.
Quirks like the lock screen when you boot up is just ugly and not fitting for an Xbox product. Like, it should be an Xbox lock screen, not your regular lame-ass Windows lock screen. Like, that feels off right off the rip. And also, there's multiple areas to adjust your screen brightness and volume controls, and also comes with Microsoft Teams and OneDrive and OneNote and like Microsoft Recall, all that stuff pre-installed. I understand this is a Windows system, so there are people that would use it, but it should be optional, right? I think the average person buying an Xbox handheld just wants it to play games, not all the other stuff. And the Armory Crate software is a little bit confusing. Like, the Xbox button launches the Xbox full screen experience, but then the Armory Crate button launches a widget within that full screen experience that is like the typical Asus Armory Crate where you can control all your kind of tweaks and settings. It just feels disconnected. I feel like, again, an Xbox product would have all of this stuff in one super clean UI that's cohesive, but it's not. Now, I will say that the Xbox team has done a very good job in terms of making a Xbox experience that is familiar and inviting to use, but Windows is Windows. And no matter what you do to this, because it is running Windows in the background, eventually the Windows-ness of this product bubbles up here and there. And for some people, that burden of Windows is a lot, but ultimately, I think it comes down to the fact that this is branded an Xbox product. And because of that, the expectations are very high and just different from anything else out there on the market. Now, I want to zoom out for a little bit and talk about the control.
All right, there we go. Another clip of somebody making the exact same point that I am making. These guys aren't console warriors. They're not. They're not console warriors. They're not haters. They're not. They're saying calling balls and strikes. To borrow that phrase from Moore's Law is dead. They're just calling balls and strikes. They're just telling you.
Is the ROG Ally 2. There is not.
This is Windows with a better Xbox launcher, not an overhaul. This is a Windows PC. It is not an Xbox console. You are not going to play games from your Xbox on this unless they are also on PC. That's just a thing we need to all just sort of put on the table, because I think that changes the way you think about it.
I think there's a middle ground that...
I love the orange. I have a green one, and we didn't like the way that it looked. I love the orange on the mics. It goes so good with their logo and stuff in the background. There you go. I mean, you state it 10 times over. These are not console warriors. These are not Xbox haters. These are guys calling balls and strikes. They were sent the device, and they're like, it's not an Xbox. This is a serious, serious problem for Xbox's marketing. They've insisted for months that everything's an Xbox. They've insisted that this is an Xbox. When your tech outlets and your review outlets are saying, yeah, no, it's not, that's a problem. That's a problem. Because how in the world are you going to start to compel the public and the customers to trust you? Yeah, I'm not putting that content on the channel, Rope. All right, it's time to start taking your questions. This is something you can only do as a member. Thank you, Victor. Victor, I missed this one. I'm sorry, Victor. 53 months in a VIP. Defense I see in the chat. If you don't like it, don't buy it. They fail to realize it's about taking advantage of consumers. It's like telling a kid who gets bullied at school to stop going to school. That's not a solution. Exactly, Victor. Thank you. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button. Thanks for the strong turnout today. We're almost at 200 likes. I appreciate you guys supporting the channel so much. We tried something a little bit different today. We did morning coffee at the start of the stream, and we let you guys submit questions, and it feels like that was a good decision. It feels like we made a good call there just to get more of you in the door. And thank you guys so much for clicking on this. Most of you found this on your homepage, not through search or suggest. So thank you so much for pulling my content up. And Dodevas hits off one with a renewal of 46 months, and faithfully he always pays it forward, and he gifts 5 more. You guys are going to need a bit of a member train if you want to hit this goal for Friday night. We need a big jump today and tomorrow. My wife and I will play Dead Take on Friday night. It's spooky October, and you guys can make us play a spooky game tomorrow night. The disappointment when the average person buys it, goes to play a game they bought on their Xbox and can't, will be immeasurable. I can't imagine a device that will elicit more buyer's remorse than this. We will see what happens with that. I'm going to start pulling up questions, but before I do that, I got to thank Alex. He says, let's get it going, boys. Let's get a train going between both platforms. Here's a 5-bomb from Purple. Let me take the incentive down because questions are going to be coming up in a second. At the bottom of the screen here. This is something that you can do as a member. You can submit questions with the question command. Prosy says, can't you access your library via the cloud? That's not what they're selling you on, though. They never once were saying, oh, this is a cloud device. You can play games on the cloud. You can play games remote. They sold it as a handheld that you could play your Xbox games on. That's the problem. It's not being sold as a cloud device. That's one of the major issues with this entire discussion is, and this is where people are really distracting from the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is not what consumers think and what you think and what Twitter thinks. The crux of the matter is Xbox lied. That's the crux of the matter. You're calling it an Xbox and everybody that reviewed it is saying it's not. So, first question submitted this morning. This is a good reason to be here. You can be the first in line. And this one comes from, hang on, I'm going to take the coffee out of the frame for this segment. This one comes from JC. He says, I've seen a lot of people claiming that GTA 6 is going to work on the ROG X day one. What's your opinion on this? That doesn't seem possible because that would mean that there is a PC version of GTA 6 available day one. As it stands right now, that is not what has been said by the company, that PC will be coming later. Now, I think the PC version of GTA 6 will come quicker than previous. There were remarks made by Strauss Zelnick that seemed to indicate they want to jump to PC faster this time. The delay may help with that, but there will not be a PC version of GTA 6 day one, ergo, a handheld PC will not be able to play it. So I don't know why people are saying that. So, yeah, that's not true. Next question comes in here from Wolf Saints. He says, is this a preview of what Magnus will probably look like besides the lack of back compat? Well, the hope would be that by the time Magnus drops, this new OS experience, this new full screen Xbox Windows thing they're trying to build, it would be more refined and better. Tom Warren of The Verge said he really wished they would have tested this with the Windows insiders to work out some of the kinks, because according to him, it feels kind of like a beta. So the hope would be that 2 years from now, if we're seeing Project Magnus land as a PC console hybrid, that the operating system will be much more refined and a lot better. I actually think Magnus is a device that we should be very scrutinous with, like when they market it, because I was scrutinous when they were doing the Xbox ROG Ally marketing, and I said they're being misleading and they're saying things to give you a false impression. We need to be just as careful when the Magnus is marketed, because this company's track record right now is one of slick wording and misleading tactics. They did it with the Series S. They did it with the Xbox ROG Ally, and I think they'll do it again with the Xbox Magnus. I don't trust them, and I don't know why anybody does at this point. Like, sorry, I don't know why anybody trusts them. That hurts your feelings. They've got such a track record of being dishonest as a company. Question from It's Chill Will. Have you seen the Play Anywhere list? It's pretty mediocre. Listen. When it comes to Play Anywhere, the challenge for Xbox is that it's antithetical to what other companies want to do. I think that's going to be a significant challenge for them going forward. Trying to get people to put their games on Play Anywhere is something that Microsoft's going to probably have to subsidize, which puts you right back into the terrible situation that you've been in with Game Pass, where you're spending exorbitant amounts of money to just feed some identity marker, to feed some brand slogan like Game Pass best deal in gaming, and then look how that turned out. The minute they put Call of Duty on it, it lost them hundreds of millions of dollars, and then they're raising the price of Game Pass. So Play Anywhere is going to face similar challenges where if you don't subsidize it and compensate companies for adding their games to Play Anywhere, then they're not going to have an incentive to do it. Like, that's going to be a severe issue. And yeah, GTA 6 wouldn't agree to Play Anywhere. Have you seen any of Strauss-Zelnick's commentary about Game Pass? The last thing Strauss-Zelnick's going to agree to is frickin' Play Anywhere. They love people buying their games more than once. For golly sakes, like, have you ever watched what that company does with their property? They are not going to agree to Play Anywhere. You're dreaming if you think that's going to happen. They can't write a check with enough zeros. Rockstar would never agree to that. This dude and his lies are starting to annoy me now. Who are you talking about, Damien? He literally said he's not buying it. Who are you talking about? Yeah, nobody has an issue with the guy in chat if you buy it or not. Homie, nobody cares. Like, what are you talking about? Yo, what's good, Game Riot? Good to see you in the chat. Could GTA 6 be a Play Anywhere title? Couldn't imagine Rockstar would be a fan. Yeah, no, I kind of just answered you tangentially as I was answering that question. I don't think so, because Strauss-Zelnick has been very vocal about the value destruction of putting a game on Game Pass day one. He's been very, very vocal about that. And I think that, you know, in general, they would look at Play Anywhere with the same amount of scrutiny and reticence. They would be like, we were not going to do that. Why would we give people an option of not buying the game? Why would we give people that option? It's all right, Damien. A $10 super chat with K.Cole. Your commitment to reporting truthfully is why I watch you. If you were championing one console over another, PlayStation would be paying you and sending you codes. Saved money watching this channel, TY. Well, if you've saved money watching this channel, whether it was because of a bad game or a bad review, do me a favor and hit that like button. I've been pausing the thing that nobody likes on the platform, and if you appreciate me doing that, hit the like button. If you're here all the time and you want to be a greater part of what we do, we end the day in our Discord with Green Room, so become a member and jump in the Discord. You're missing out on the behind the scenes there. We got a question here from Weapon, and he says, you think Steam will continue to improve on the Steam Deck, and do you think it can compete with Xbox and PS Now or the near future? I mean, I don't necessarily think Steam sees Xbox as competition, like, at all, given their monthly active user count. I don't think this device from Xbox is even posing even the remotest of threats to the Steam Deck. PS Now, again, also doesn't seem to be even part of the discussion, I wouldn't think. I think Steam is kind of like Nintendo. They're over on another island, and they're very fruitful, and they're very successful, and I don't think they feel the need to compete with any of these other companies. Steam is a powerhouse by its own right, just the way Nintendo is. So, a $10 super chat from Street Shadow says, Microsoft uses their own words and words of their close influencers to change how users buy games via Game Pass, and now they're trying to market a third-party PC handheld as an Xbox. It's feeling manipulative more and more. I completely agree with you. And a 5 gifted from Jack Garland. Thank you so much. We're 2 away from the next milestone. Let's get a little 5 gifted train going here, boys. Many hands make light work, and you're going to need it. You can't always hope a big boy saves your bacon every week. Oh, also, Friday nights are going to look a little bit different now. We want to do a fun new segment with you guys called Madam's Thoughts. We're going to run down all the gaming news of the week, and we're going to see what my wife thinks. We also think Friday night should be public, but only members can talk. Another great reason for you to become a member and help us hit this goal is to have that Friday night segment where Madam graces us with her appearance, and my wife will tell you what she thinks of the weekly gaming news that we're all wound up about, and she probably doesn't care 1 ounce about it. It's really, really fun. You're not going to want to miss that. Help us hit the goal so that can happen. All right. Perfect Image is saying AMD Ryzen's not another handhelds. That's not a question. Please use the question command to submit questions. Do you think the ROG Ally X is testing the waters for their future hardware? If this underperforms internally, will this put any future Xbox hardware in serious jeopardy? This question comes from Joker Quinn. I don't necessarily know if this is a test for their other hardware, because they had to know the market share and the move of this device was not going to be significant. I don't think that they anticipated this device being some massive mover and that it was going to be some, huge, 5 million units sold in a year device. I don't think they're going to hit those levels of sales. I also don't necessarily think it would be logical to say, well, this handheld that we made didn't do all that well. Let's cut the plans on the hybrid. We do know from Sneakers SO that the hardware plans are up in the air, and he said that timelines of things were not happening when they should, given how quickly this device is supposed to come out, basically in the next 2 years or so. And so Sneakers is a pretty reliable leaker, and he even said the response to what he said felt like a lot of damage control and propaganda. That's his words, not mine. That's what Sneakers said. He thinks that these things are currently up in the air. Maybe that's why. Maybe they're concerned that public perception of their hardware and their promises is just taking another massive hit. It took a hit with the Series S. It took a hit when they started saying you don't need an Xbox. It took a hit when they said everything is an Xbox. And it's taking a hit again right now with a handheld that they called an Xbox, and not a single review outlet is calling it that. They're all saying it's not an Xbox. So maybe they're worried that public perception of their hardware is going to go into the absolute toilet and future hardware would be not in demand. I don't know. Maybe that's why the plans are potentially up in the air. I happen to think that the console PC hybrid is in fact coming, and I think I would like it, but it could be in jeopardy because of the public's perception of Xbox's hardware. It could be. I ask, isn't the component the same? I have no idea. Perfect Image. Another question coming in here from Hilly. This is a benefit of being a member, guys. You can get here early in the morning when we start the day with morning coffee at the beginning of the public stream now, but it's for members only, and they got to submit these questions. Great reason to become a member. You can do it right now. ! Question. Now is a great time to submit questions that are off topic as well. If you're like, I don't really have any more questions about the Xbox ROG Ally X, I got plenty of questions in the queue on topic. You can start to submit off topic questions now if you would like. This question comes from Hilly. In the age of digital games, a license key should grant access from any platform. Are Xbox correct or pushing against the rest of the market? They're pushing against the business interests of the rest of the market. Those selling the games, those running storefronts, the various platforms. Nobody is going to be a big fan of Play Anywhere. It's just like Game Pass. The person who's the biggest fan is the consumer and Xbox. Everybody else involved in the chain is like, why would we do that? Why would we let you buy the game one time and never buy it ever again? That would yield less money to the company, less revenue, less profit. That has to be subsidized. If you're going to go to a major company and say, hey, we want your game on Play Anywhere, there's going to be a number crunch, and they're going to say, well, what's the average user base? What's the average use of Play Anywhere? How many people do you think are going to use it? Therefore, taking less sales from us or taking sales from us, that would need to be subsidized. Microsoft would have to write a check in order to get somebody to agree to that. I think they are once again making something central to the brand that's antithetical to the interests of gaming developers and publishers at large. Like, many people are already skipping Play Anywhere. Moore's Law is Dead said he asked developers about it, and they said the majority are skipping it because it's not conducive to their aims as a company. Like, newsflash, I know this is hard to hear. I know if you've been on Game Pass for years, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Game companies want to sell games, and your approach to the market with a clutch fist and a refusal to buy games is completely fine. If you want to be frugal and you want to spend as little money as possible, that's great, but that doesn't change what developers and publishers want. They want to sell games. It's how they keep the lights on, and that's not going to change anytime soon. It's not. A question here from Lone Wolf. Maybe this was answered in your monologue, but did the reviewers mention if there was any difference in performance or features between the Xbox versions of the games and the Steam version? They didn't really get into that. There were people that were just, preferring to use Steam because of the library and because of the interface and it's because of what they were accustomed to. But it didn't sound like there was any difference. I mean, there are differences right now on PC. People have been critical about that. Like if you get a game through PC gamepass, sometimes features will be missing and a version of the game won't be as good. That has happened in the past couple of years, and people have been very critical about that, and it's driven some people to just buy the game in Steam to get the version that doesn't have all those problems or missing features. So I would imagine if there's any of those differences would carry over because this is a handheld PC. There didn't seem to be anybody speaking necessarily to performance differences. Linus Tech Tips did point out that it is stronger than other models, the $1,000 model. And he said it's like a 6 to 9 FPS difference or something like that from the power difference or whatever. So he did point out that there were some performance differences there, but that seemed like he was comparing devices. I think Linus did a little. I listened to it this morning and I didn't hear any major oh yeah, the Steam version's better or the Xbox version's better. It didn't seem like he was really doing a lot of testing in that regard. It was more about testing the device itself. Mighty Keith's video is spot on. Oh, did he do a new one? This question comes from Alapark and says, how does Microsoft even make Play Anywhere with their own devs? It is not counter to their recent push to publishing on other platforms. Oh, is it not counter to their recent push of publishing on other platforms? It is very, very interesting to kind of watch the brand and what it's focusing on and what it's sort of arguing, right? Like what it's trying to leverage in the market. So Xbox as a brand is trying to argue that games should be everywhere. They're arguing that exclusives are bad. They're arguing that you should be able to access your games wherever you go. Well, the interesting thing about that is they just dropped a device in the market that doesn't allow you to do that. So they're guilty of the very things that they basically passively and smarmily accuse other platforms of. It's like, yeah, we think games should be available everywhere. You shouldn't have to do smarmy platform things playing in the ways that we think that you should play. And they just dropped a device in the market, called it an Xbox, and it can't play all of your games. Your games don't go with you everywhere. Therefore, their own device is a refutation of their own ideological, philosophical marketing push about Play Anywhere. Like, the brand and its marketing and its talking points are a literal punchline at this point. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just become so befuddling. It's hard to even talk about without stammering and tripping on my words because the company itself doesn't make sense. If everything is an Xbox, you just release a device that nobody is calling an Xbox. They're saying it is not an Xbox. And you've continually stressed the tenets of Play Anywhere and your game should go with you everywhere. And you just launched a device where your games don't go to it. I don't know what to say other than that. I don't know what to say other than that. Freddie Jackson with the question says, with Nintendo Switch 2 being successful and if the Xbox ROG Ally does well, do you think Sony will engage with a standalone handheld? I don't think I don't think Sony is reacting to Nintendo or Xbox. I think Sony already has a handheld planned and it's supposed to be coming out before the PlayStation 6. Those specs have been leaked by Moore's Law is dead. It will apparently be running PS5 games at the low power mode, and it will be a native handheld device. It will not be like the PlayStation Portal. I believe this device was already kind of put in motion, and I don't think it was a response to Nintendo or Xbox. I think it was responding to the market. They know that there is a growing demand. It's not very high right now, but there's a growing demand for handhelds. Also, PlayStation historically hasn't done as well in Japan as well as it does in America and Europe. So Japanese culture is a little bit more gaming on the go with their trams and their public transport and just their cultural sort of ethos of how people behave throughout the day. They're typically gaming on the go. And so they're maybe potentially thinking that they could do a better job in that market with some sort of a native handheld. Also, the PlayStation Portal offers cloud now. You can buy that thing for $200 and sign up for their PS Plus, premium or whatever, and you can play cloud games. They're also pushing into the Chinese market with the China Hero Project, and they're doing day and date on PC in that market with those companies because they're Chinese companies and they're developing for PC probably first anyway. So they're helping to publish games in that market to try to get a foothold there as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if the handheld's more focused on engaging into a new and growing market as well as the Japanese gaming on the go culture. Oh, Tavio Cruz says, will Microsoft inexorably lie about Xbox? I'm not quite sure what you're asking about, but I mean, I think that their marketing has been very dishonest up to this point. Consistently dishonest. Stone Spire says, do you think there was ever any evidence showing this handheld was ever a good idea for growth of the Xbox brand? The difficulty with analyzing Xbox decisions is it's hard to tell what's coming from Microsoft and what's coming from like Phil Spencer and people that understand gaming. Phil does seem to be very much on board with we need a handheld. But it's interesting that if you go back and you look at the interviews with Phil Spencer about this handheld, he talked about how it needs to feel like an Xbox. It needs to have all your games there. Well, what's very interesting is it's almost like, did he know it wasn't going to be that way? Was he like playing a little subterfuge? Was he passively, letting folks know that this device wasn't going to be an Xbox? I don't know. But if you go back and read his interviews about what a handheld would need to be, this device is not that. That is not it at all. It's not giving you that Xbox experience, and your games aren't coming with you. So even his own, statements about a handheld in that one interview that let people know that a handheld was coming, like that was the sort of the earlier, like whispers of a handheld. That came from Phil Spencer in that one interview, and he basically talked about a device that currently doesn't exist because they did not make a device that can do the things that he said a handheld needs to do. I mean, if somebody could find that interview, it's probably pretty damning. Can you imagine every content creator making the same content? Nothing would be unique, so exclusive content will always be important. Yeah, I agree. Let's see here. Another question coming in from Jazster. If PlayStation would pull something like that, the ponies would burn down the stables. What do you think would need to happen to Xbox for the Xbox boys to see this? Well, here's the deal. Xbox loyalists have become, I think, more and more willing to be critical of the brand. Like, when you have Xbox in your name, and you're like, this is not an Xbox. Like, Xbox era has very much been like, yay, Xbox. Not surprising, it's in the name of the website. It's in the name of the outlet. It's literally called Xbox era. And even they reviewed this, and they were like, it's not an Xbox. And they gave it a 7 out of 10, and they were pretty critical of it. They praised it. They didn't say it was crap. They praised it, but they were also critical of it. I think they were pretty balanced. I think more and more you're going to see Xbox-centric outlets, YouTubers, personalities, Twitter accounts, whatever. I think they're going to turn their ire against this company and say, man, I don't know what y'all are doing, but this is not the way. Personally, I think the criticism and the accountability should be at an all-time high right now. I do. Instead of focusing on me and other people on Twitter, or people on Twitter that are like dyed-in-the-wool ponies that love to, they love to fight and they love the console war. Instead of focusing on that, why don't you focus on the company that lied about the device and marketed it in a really scummy way? Why don't you do that? Why don't you make a video about that? Why don't you make a tweet about that? Why don't you write an article about that? That's what should be happening right now. As the dust settles on these reviews, instead of focusing on people like me that make for really like easy clickisms on the platform and makes it really easy to make your audience get distracted and yell about, there goes Reforge yelling about Xbox again. Why don't you pull your pants up and act like a man and hold the company accountable for lying to the public? Why don't you try that on for size? Wear those shoes. You know what I'm saying? Take off the Velcro shoes, the kiddie shoes, and put on some adult shoes and walk around for a day and hold this dadgum company accountable instead of focusing on other creators or other people on Twitter. It's always interesting to me that every time Xbox makes a misstep or a mistake, people focus on me and other people on Twitter a whole lot more than they focus on Xbox. It's just an interesting turn of events that seems to happen every time like clockwork. Why don't you try that? Bumblepants with the question. Who do you think Xbox are targeting as consumers now? It seems like they are actively trying to lose their core audience and seeking what exactly? This is a continued, repeated mistake that I feel consistently happens with Xbox. I believe they're focusing on non-gamers. I have said this for a while. I think when they said with the Xbox One, we need to go after non-gamers, and they went TV. They were, I think, at some level ahead of the curve. They knew that was where things were going. I mean, essentially what they were trying to sell you is what all smart TVs do now, okay? So they were a little ahead, but The problem was they were selling something to people that they didn't want. You were selling to gamers a device that didn't really appeal to them. I believe they're doing the same thing now. Phil Spencer's like, yep, you can't grow the console anymore. The console, market's dead and stagnant, or whatever he said. It's not growing, it's stagnant, and it's plateaued, or whatever silly word he uses to, justify their abandonment of the market, which wasn't really abandonment. They failed and got kicked off the team, basically. Like, they got sent packing. If you really look at the hardware fight, last gen and this gen, it's really, really bad. So they walk away. Okay? And Phil justifies it by being like, yeah, the console market can't be grown anymore, okay? So what they're basically doing is they're saying, we got to go for consumers that aren't in the console market. So what do? Oh, I got an idea. Let's go with this as an Xbox. Let's put the Xbox ecosystem in a Fire Stick, a smart TV, a tablet, a smartphone, a refrigerator. Bill, put it in the refrigerator. So what they're saying is they're saying, there are tons of people who use smart TVs and smart devices and tablets and things like that. Why don't we go out there and try to get them to come game? I believe it's going to fail just like it did last time. Look at what they're doing. They're abandoning their core audience and what their core audience wants, and they're going after this mythical audience that they think is out there that's going to start gaming through their television or through cloud. Listen, they have completely short-circuited all of their marketing. I really think you need to see this. They have short-circuited everything they've talked about. Because if you're going to get non-gamers to jump into cloud gaming through a TV or their tablet or something, you just raise the entrance price to that. So they just raised the price and made their community very, very angry. Oh, and they also said that everything is an Xbox, and their latest piece of hardware is being described as not an Xbox. Their marketing, their PR, their public perception is just all over the place and muddled right now. It's why, mark my words. I'm going to take this question down because I'm getting off topic from the question. Mark my words. I want you to pay very close attention next week. Get ready. Get ready. The PR's coming. The spin is coming. They will equip the masses with a way to talk about this. They will. They will. Now, there are going to be people that don't play ball, but I want you to pay very careful attention next week. Or maybe even over the weekend. Watch for repeated phrases. I'm serious. I'm trying to help you guys develop some glasses for this. Develop some detection for this, okay? Watch for repeated phrases. Watch for repeated argumentation. Watch for repeated points and framing. That's coming from Xbox. Just you watch. Be careful. It's going to be out there. It's going to be circulating. They're going to try to talk about this in a way that has probably been written by Microsoft and Xbox themselves. I'm dead serious. I'm not tinfoil hatting right now. Just you watch. Over the weekend, you will see Twitter accounts, you will see YouTube videos, you will see live streams, and you will be able to listen for the talking points. They will be there. Because at some level, this is not going over very well. This isn't. It's not going over very well. It's an Xbox. It's not an Xbox after they just told you everything's an Xbox. Nice shirt. Where'd you get it? 80s Tees. And yes, this is a Coleco. This is the first console that I ever was able to engage with. My dad had one. I'm just saying, be on guard. Be on guard. They hate that I'm saying this, by the way, because they know it's easy to detect now. What can they possibly say? Just wait and see. Just listen. There'll be similar argumentation points. There'll be similar things said. They'll all say similar things. Dave Langer with a member plus. Let me add you to the total. Super Googly with the super chat says, $1,000 handheld's not my thing, so I ordered the 1.4 Lenovo Legion Go instead. Thank you so much. And Stone Spire gifts a member and lands the plane on 225. We're almost to the halfway point, and boy, oh boy, have we got a ways to go. we're gonna have a hard time getting to 500 this week, but you guys have done it before. You guys could rally the troops. A lot of 5 bombs will add up. That is for sure. Right now we're doing Q&A. This is things that people can submit if they are a member. It's a great reason to become a member right now. Somebody is using my sponsor links in the chat. Now would be a really, really good time for you guys for me to tell you about a company that sent me some stuff, and I've been testing it. You guys know I test a product before I will give it an endorsement. And Behemoth comes in with a VIP plus at 55 months as the total. AOZ comes in with 39 months in a VIP. He says, VIP. I feel like making their next console a PC is an attempt to corral their user base to the other ecosystem that they maintain as they exit the console business. Exit strategy while competing with Steam OS. I don't think that's a terrible prediction, AOZ. Thank you very much. And then Joker Quinn's going to gift a member and get us to 227. Now, my code for this company isn't the best. It's a little awkward, okay? Now, I know some of you partake and some of you do not. I live in Louisville, Kentucky, and I have become a very, very big lover of bourbon. But unfortunately, when you start drinking bourbon, you drink it too often, right? If you want to cut back on the booze, if you're like, maybe you're throwing back brewskis every night or on a regular basis, and you're wanting to cut back on that, there are new products in the market now that are infused with THC. So if you're wanting to chill for an evening and you're not wanting to feel like a piece of crap the next day, you can have something very, very low key and just relax. So reached out to a company and they sent me some stuff. They reached out to me, I should say, and I was like, hey, I'll try it. Let me see if it's any good. And this stuff is really, really easy to go very, very low key, right? Very, very low key. To me, the best approach is like 5 milligrams, and then like an hour and a half, maybe another 5. So basically half a can, right? Half a can, hour and a half later, another half a can. I did this the other night. I was relaxed. I felt good. My mood was light. I slept incredibly. Like, it was great. It was exactly what I like in an evening where I'm just wanting to relax without the booze, right? And this brand is called Torch, and they sent me this stuff, and I tried it out. Now, you can go super low-key, like I said. My recommendation is the 10, and just have half of it. Just have half of it. And about an hour and a half later, you'll be feeling kind of nice. You'll be feeling kind of relaxed, and you can have the rest of it. That's my recommendation. Now, if you're like hardcore, they go all the way up to like a 60 can, like a 60 milligram can, okay? If you go to this company, be sure to use my code or my link because they sent this stuff to me. So this was sent to me, and I did try it. I did try it before I brought it to you. No. It's not like getting stoned. It is absolutely not like getting stoned. If you're trying to do that, that's not the point of this product. This is literally just like you're chill vibes. You're just relaxed. Now you could obviously probably go hardcore and like really go hard and get the 60 milligrams and like, you could probably feel quite a bit different. My recommendation is the 10 milligrams and just have half the can, and you're going to feel nice and relaxed. Your mood's going to be lighter. It's not at all like you're getting stoned at all. I slept better. I felt better the next day. I remembered what I did. Like sometimes, you have a little too much booze and you can't remember what you were doing. This is not that. Now, yeah, you go up to the 60, you're going to get pretty stoned. So I'm saying this product, you can get very low key. Now, if you want to use my code over there, it's basically Reforge Game 20. Just take the E out, right? Reforge GAM 20 if you want to get a discount. All right, I put the code in the chat, Reforge GAM 20. All right, if you order some, I'm not getting a kickback. They're not paying me, but I might continue working with them. We'll see. If you guys like it, you support it and give it a try. I'm trying to smoke my bong less, so I'll definitely look into this. To me, I just like something to just chill. I'm just chilling. Yeah, I'm not getting stoned. I'm not stumbling around my house. I'm chill. I'm playing a video game. I could play a board game or a card game, and I would feel totally fine. I would be able to strategize. I'd be able to do math. Like, it's not like that. You're not like, yeah, man, like, what if the moon was made of cheese? No, you're not like that. You're just chilled and relaxed. Now, again, you could go with the higher infused cans and probably feel a little bit more up there in the clouds, and that's fine if that's what you want to do, because look, they do have the high potency at 60. They have a slightly higher potency at 25. If you've never done anything like this before, again, my recommendation is to get the 10 and drink half of it. And if you're feeling good an hour and a half or 2 hours later, have the other half of the can, okay? I really liked the strawberry lemonade. I thought it was quite good. So that would be the one that I would recommend. I'm not believing the math claim. Yeah, I'm not very good at math. This is true. This is true. So if you guys want to support that and give that a whirl, again, strong recommendation if you've never done anything like that before is to lowest potency can and only have half of it. And an hour and a half to 2 hours later, you're going to notice it. You're going to be like, I'm feeling pretty nice. I'm feeling pretty relaxed. So, yeah. And like I said, I tried all of the potencies before bringing this to you to be like, I want to see what this is like. The 60, I had an ounce of it. And then like an hour and a half later had another ounce. And I felt great. So you can ration the high potency one. Like you can just ration it. Like you can buy a high potency one and just like slowly work your way through the can. And you're just chilling. Like you're not at all like... You're not going up into outer space, okay? Yeah. Yeah, if you have a job or whatever and you can't have this, that's understandable, for sure. I think that's going to change with time now that this has become, more legal. So, anyway. Let me know if you guys use my code. Let me know if you order any. I was going to email them today and say, hey, I pushed it today. Let me know how it went. So let me know if you guys put any orders in, okay? Being stoned isn't like the movies. Well, I grew up in the 90s, and, I had the green. I had the green stuff. We would get some at the bus stop, and that's not what this is. That's not what this is at all. This is, again, it's all in how you treat it. It's very low-key. That's how I treated it, and I thought it was nice. It was very much just like a way to relax and to chill out. It was not like I'm slurring my speech and confused. I felt good and relaxed, and it just made for a nice evening. Yeah, that's true. It's not legal everywhere. That's true. I had a 50 milligram can over the week while golfing over the weekend. Almost fell off the earth. Yeah, that's pretty high potency. Yeah. I'm doing 5 for, and then like another 5. Like an hour, like 2. I put them like 2 hours apart, and it just maintains this nice, relaxed feel. So, all right, let's get back to the questions. That was just like a little plug there. Also, completely unrelated and completely different brand, but they did send me the small cans. You guys were using the soda command. Aren't not like the most adorable things ever? Like, so if you guys are into soda and you don't want the extra fun feeling that you're going to get from Torch beverages, Sprecher is caffeine-free soda, and they have small cans now. So you can support me by buying from them as well. Very different thing and very different brand. But they sent me the small cans. Okay, so BumblePants submitted a question here. This is about the topic. Guys, make sure you're hitting the like button if you've enjoyed today's conversation about Xbox and about the ROG Ally and future consoles and future marketing. Be sure to hit the like button. Let's try to get to 300 likes. I have paused the thing that nobody likes. So if you don't like those things interrupting us, be sure to do that. Joker Quinn, let me get you added to the total here. I don't think I saw this. We are at 228. You guys are going to have to bat signal the big boys if we're going to hit that 500 goal on the week. Question from BumblePants says, who do you think Xbox are targeting as a consumer now? It seems like they are actively trying to lose their core audience and seeking what exactly? The danger and the dilemma, I think, for them right now is I don't think they have a clear vision. I mean, I think even Jason Schreier on a podcast was talking about how the plan kept changing. Nobody really knew what was going on. I think this is one of the reasons why we kept seeing people that said, my sources said that's not happening, and then it ended up happening. I think this ended up biting some people on the rear end because their sources were late to get the game plan changed. Like we saw this happen with the games going to other platforms, right? It was hand-waved, it was denied, it was made fun of, and then it landed, and it was like, oh my gosh. Well, it was because sources are late to get to the plans changing, and Jason Schreier seemed to indicate that, like, listen, the plans are always changing. Nobody really seems to know what's going on. I think that is symptomatic of Microsoft being more in control now. I think Microsoft's kind of kicked the door in, and they're calling some of the shots, which I believe is being disruptive, and nobody really knows which way is up. So who are they targeting right now? I don't even think they know. I really don't. I don't even think Microsoft or Xbox knows who they are targeting anymore because the offer is so bizarre. Really track with me on this. They promoted a $1,000 handheld as basically a handheld console, and it's not. So they tried to appeal to their existing base with those promises at a price point that doesn't really line up with their existing base. And then it can't even really do the thing that would appeal to their core audience. The device would appeal to somebody who's not really in their core audience. So the device doesn't really make sense. It's like, who is this for? You marketed it for people who are already loyal to you and already have a library and love Xbox. It's at a price point that's not in line with how you've marketed to these people for the last 5 years as the best value in gaming and having the cheaper console with the Series S. So you go against that. Oh, and also it can't do the thing that you insinuated it can do, and you now have anybody who touched the thing for a review saying it's not an Xbox. I don't think they know who they're targeting. I really don't. I think there's mass confusion within the brand and what the point of anything is right now, and it's because I think Microsoft got involved. That's what I think happened. That's exactly my line of thinking, says Bumblepants. It just seems weird. The device itself just seems weird. It just does. I don't get quite who they expect to buy it. It's crazy how the conversation of the Xbox community has shifted from gaming to just clarifying what Xbox really meant and justifying missteps as if it was a strategy they share in some secret meeting. Like I said, be on guard for the talking points. Bumblepants, you submitted that question twice. I think you said you were getting an error, but Nightbot grabbed your question, so thank you. I gotta take a drink of the coffee here. Oh, yes. If you guys haven't tried Ball Pit, the latest game from Devolver Digital as a publisher, my son wasn't feeling so hot last night, so my wife went to bed early just to kind of sit with him. He's fine now. I think he just ate something. He seemed to get over it really quickly. He seems fine now. But so she went to bed a little bit early, so I was like, oh, I'm going to check out that Ball Pit game. Homies, you better be careful with that game. I lost track of time. It was 12:30, and I was like, oh, frick, I got to go to bed. That Ball Pit game is fun. Contextual to today's discussion, it's the perfect game for like handheld gaming. You got yourself a Steam Deck, you got yourself a ROG Ally X, man. Check out Ball Pit. Very, very fun little game. Where else am I playing? Yeah, see, the problem is, and I take issue with this. I take issue with this, Hadigan. You're saying, do you think, you're asking me this question, Hadigan, in the Discord, do you think he's moving the goalposts, or is it just a genuine personality? It's a hand wave, Hadigan. To suddenly say, who cares, is incredibly bizarre to me. I don't understand why somebody would say, who cares? Who cares what it can play and what it can't play? What do you mean, who cares what it can and can't play? Consumers should care what it can and can't play. What I want to know is, why do people not care about consumers being properly informed about the device's capabilities. Why is that getting a shrugged shoulder? Why is that getting hand waved? That is incredibly bizarre to me. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. What do you mean, who cares? Like I said earlier, why are people so allergic to just speaking honest about the device's capabilities? Why do we have to hand wave? They're like, well, who cares about that? What do you mean, who cares? They called it an Xbox and said it would play games all across your Xbox library, and it gave a lot of people a false impression. I'll tell you who should care. You should care for the sake of the people that trust you and for the sake of the people that come to you for your input. That's who should care. You should care. What do you mean, who cares? Why are we being apathetic about accuracy? Literally everybody who cares who's going to pay money for it. If you get it for free, I support your hand waving. Listen, these review outlets were sent the device, and they are doing the appropriate thing. They are properly informing the consumer about what the device can do. If you want to hand wave that and say, who cares, I guess that's your choice. I'm saying lots of people clearly care, and the people that got their hands on it obviously care because it was a big question in a lot of people's minds. Buckeye Plays has a question. Question here from Buckeye Plays says, isn't it fair to say that Microsoft can change the definition of Xbox since it's their product? You mentioned Amazon Prime and movie trailers, but that's not a proper comparison. Amazon doesn't own movies. Okay, my example wasn't an exact equivalency. What I was saying was, if you change the definition of something that people have a certain understanding of, and within that definition, you mislead them in order to buy a product, I have a very serious problem with that. Just being able to say, well, we've redefined what an Xbox is. Okay, then why wouldn't they just come out and say, yes, this is a PC handheld from Asus, but this is our new approach to the Xbox ecosystem, giving you access to as many games as we can and a growing library of Play Anywhere, or something to that effect. They're not doing that. I feel like you're being too charitable to a brand that has consistently misled the public this generation. They didn't just come out and say, well, we've redefined what an Xbox is. They talked about this in a way that made it seem like it was going to have the capabilities of an Xbox console. It was on purpose. It was by design. If you go and listen to the actual presentation and the verbiage that Sarah Bond uses, you cannot walk away from that and come to any other conclusion. Why do you think Destin Legary was reading an article that said it won't play games natively, it won't play your Xbox games natively, and he said, but Xbox said that it would? Why do you think he said that? Well, he said that because they positioned it to make people believe that. I think it's ironic, says AOZ, because one of the main selling points of Xbox this generation was backwards compatibility. I kept coming back to that too, AOZ. I don't understand this. It was one of the loudest marketing drum beats at the beginning of this gen. Backwards compatibility. Oh, and by the way, it was a marketing drum beat a couple of months ago. Sarah Bond and others talking about, we are committed to backwards compatibility. We are committed to the games coming with you. Jez Corden of Windows Central said that they've got silicon that they're working on that's going to give you backwards compatibility with basically everything, every generation. Well, they're clearly focused on it. They're clearly talking about it. And then they launch a device that doesn't do it. Amazon owns MGM Studios, so yeah, they do own movies. Buckeye says, well, that would be too straightforward from Xbox, LOL. I don't have a dog in the fight because I haven't had an Xbox or a PlayStation in years. I just find the situation interesting as a PC gamer. It seems like Microsoft is moving towards Windows-based gaming in the future. You are 100% correct with that final sentence. Sarah Bond said they want Windows to be the biggest gaming platform. That's where they're headed. The funny thing is even he said it wasn't in his review video. What wasn't in his review video? What are you talking about, Lone Wolf? I push back against the notion that you can just redefine what something is, and then the consumer's just expected to be in on that change. Like I reject the notion that they can do that. For years, you've sold something and sold people an idea and sold people a value point, and you're suddenly like, everything's an Xbox. What does that mean? I listen, I know this touches on like a touchy cultural subject, but this just feels like somebody should do like a mockumentary where they walk around and they sit down with people and they're like, I need you to tell me what an Xbox is. Define it for me. You can redefine your product, but you have to tell people you redefined it. See, what's interesting, Zubair, is they didn't redefine their product. That's what's really interesting about this. They said, hey, you see all those other products out there? They're Xboxes now. Wait, what? Do you see my problem with this, Buckeye? Do you see where I'm coming from? It's like, they pointed at me and they said, yeah, that phone in your hand? Yeah, that's an Xbox now. Well, they don't make this. This is an Apple device. They didn't really redefine their product. They're redefining, like, it doesn't even mean anything now. It's like, well, wait a minute. If my iPhone is an Xbox, I don't understand. What's an Xbox then? Xbox literally has Fable Legends listed as a Play Anywhere title, and it's a game that never came out because it was canceled. Well, that's hysterical. Yeah, that's stated even better, Nightfire. They didn't redefine their product. They're trying to redefine everybody else's product. Right. Jake says this next Xbox console will be the last. It's going to be stupidly expensive, but it will allow all games to be played. But this is it. Going forward, this is going to be Windows-based. Hey, Stone Spire, you're going to give it a try? Nice. Nice. If Stone Spire, if you're not accustomed to it, okay, break that into 5 servings. Break that into 5 servings. If you're not accustomed to it. Use your code. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if you're not accustomed to it, if you've never had it before, break that into 5 servings. Start with like 5 mg and wait about an hour and a half or so and feel how you feel. Chug the entire thing. No, don't do that. This new categorization forces people to play on the Ally X to play only console-supported games on Roblox, so any games that are PC-supported can be accessed even with a dock and a keyboard. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Here's what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen. I've been ranting about this and passionate about this for 2 hours and 16 minutes. I will no doubt have people, reacting to the content, which is fine. But I think what they're going to fixate on is, why are you so stressed? Why do you care? Why do you care what they call it? I think that's going to be a common response, which is a non-response. That's not a response. It isn't. To take issue with marketing that's misleading and messaging that's misleading and a product that has been, couched in a way that I think is misleading to the public, saying, why do you care, is a complete and utter dodge of the issue. You're just dodging. So if people refuse to engage with the argumentation and the reasonableness, I think, and the logic that I'm laying out here, as well as the history of what this company has done, if they're going to ignore that and be like, well, why does he care? Why are you so mad? Why are you seething? Why are you coping? Why are you so angry about what people call it? I want you to know, preemptively, I'm saying that's a dodge. They're dodging the issue. They don't want to engage with the actual discussion. Like Neo dodging bullets in the Matrix, you know. They're going to be like, you know, why do you care? Why are you so angry? Look at this pony. Look how mad he is. Yeah, they're dodging. They don't want to engage in the actual discussion. They don't. When did he say that? Second day this week you covered Xbox. What happened to not covering that company again? Oh, I never said I didn't want to cover. I never said I wasn't going to cover the company again. I said I didn't want to. I said I was avoiding covering them. I said I took a 2-month break. But I got feedback from my community. I got feedback from my community that were like, listen, you covered the ABK deal. You covered Xbox. You covered this handheld. We want you to cover this. You called a lot of these shots from a mile away. You should be covering this now. I got feedback from my community and I said, you know what? That's fair. You know what else I'm not going to do? I'm not going to let sniveling, sadistic, sycophantic cowards dictate what I do with my content because they have no power here. They get mentioned in the same way that I might tell you about me stepping on dog crap on my walk through my neighborhood. I'm going to scrape it off when I come into my house. Like, they're only getting mentioned because they sometimes get stepped on and they sometimes have to be a part of the conversation. Like, I've decided, you know what? I don't care if you're going to do that. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to say it with my chest. If this is a problem and if I think this is an issue, if I feel like it should be covered, I'm going to cover it. You know? And if people want to come in and they want to name call and they want to hurl nonsense, you know, you're not welcome here. We don't want to interact with petulant children like you. Go hang out on Twitter. That's more suited for your personality and your vocabulary and your intellectual level. You're not tall enough to ride this ride. If that's too harsh, get over it. Like, I took a 2-month break from covering Xbox literally because of this. This is why I took a break from it. I took a break from covering it because, like, sycophantic, obsessed, weirdo fans literally can't deal with truth and facts. They can't. They're allergic to it. It'll all get couched as, you're a hater, you're a pony. You resort to childish name-calling when somebody trots out a logical, reasonable opinion based on facts and evidence. I don't engage with that. It's like, what am I going to do? Oh, yeah, well, you're an Xbot. No. These fans of Xbox that are so strong in their view that you just lay out a reasonable position and you're like, I just don't understand. Why are they saying this? This doesn't seem like that's what the device is going to be able to do. And I get called names. What's interesting, too, is a lot of the people that called me names and got really angry in my comment section when I covered this handheld a couple of months ago, do you know what a lot of them said? A lot of them said that I was a liar and that it was going to be able to play their console games natively. Isn't it interesting that the person that they attack and the person that they think is their enemy was the one person, one of the few people, actually trying to give them the truth to be like, no, it won't. It won't play all of your console games natively. It won't do it. You want to spit in my face and call me a pony? You know what's interesting is, how many times are you going to ride on this merry-go-round where you let Microsoft yank your chain and mislead you, and I sit here and tell you what's going on? ABK deal's a mistake. It's going to push them into a software strategy. It's going to push them into a publishing strategy. They're going to start putting their games on other places. This isn't going to be good for the market. It's not going to be good for the developers. It's not going to be good for the consumer. It's not going to be good for the talent in the industry. And I got yelled at, called a pony, called all sorts of terrible names, and it all happened. It all happened. What do you say to that? What do you have to say to that? Clip that. Put that in your frickin' YouTube videos. What do you have to say to that? What? What's your response? All my predictions about what the ABK trial was going to lead to, and it all happened. At the time, I was attacked. I was criticized. I was called a pony. I was called every name in the book. Grifting console warrior, pony, Xbox hater, and it all happened. Now what do you have to say for yourselves? They're going to start putting, games on other platforms. That's what's going to happen. They're going to start putting games on their platforms. Look what the CFO said. Look at what Satya Nadella said. You're just a port-begging pony. And then it all happened. Now what do you have to say for yourselves? Series S is a self-made Trojan horse. They said all this stuff about the Series S. It's not coming true. They set one of their own marketing videos to private. And guess what? All these developers start coming out and talking about the problems of the Series S. Now what do you have to say for yourselves? They market their Xbox ROG Ally X. They come out and they say it'll play games all across your library. They say it's an Xbox. I insist that it should be referred to as a PC handheld, that it's not an Xbox, that it's not going to be able to play all your Xbox games natively. And what happens? Call me a name, call me a pony, call me a grifter. And now what do you have to say for yourselves? What do you have to say for yourselves? How many times are we going to do this? Every single time? What do you have to say for yourselves? It's a pattern at this point. They say something, they do something. I tell you, I'm like, this is bad, this is misleading, this is inaccurate. Name call, name call, name call, name call. And then it all comes to fruition. ABK just accelerated their plans. They were on this trajectory already. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You know, it's like if you're going to look at the market as a consumer and you're going to make decisions based on what's available, what you should be doing is you should be asking which company is telling me things that has now historically and in a pattern not turned out very good and not turned out to be true. Instead, you'll focus on me. That's what I always find interesting about this. A YouTuber with 50,000 subscribers gets more attention and gets more ridicule than the frickin' brand that lies to you. It's remarkable. It's remarkable. I'm nobody in the grand scheme of things. Why are you giving me attention on this subject? You should be giving Microsoft your attention. You should be giving Xbox your attention. Instead of holding the brand accountable that's been dishonest, you want to have a go at a YouTuber because I raise my voice and flail my arms? Is that an Xbox on your shirt? Apparently now it is. Yeah, this Coleco from the 80s is an Xbox now. Before I go back to the questions, you guys need to be on guard for people who attack the truth and for people who try to hide and obfuscate the truth. That's what you should be on guard for. I don't care what device you buy. I don't care what games you buy. I don't care if you think PC's the best or Nintendo's the best. If you hate all of this, I don't care about that. Be on guard for people who are enemies of the truth. That's what you should be on guard for. You want to make fun of me, call me a pony and put me in your content because you're too cowardly to actually go against this and to actually call it out and to actually say what needs to be said. Man, you go for it. I hope the ad revenue's worth selling your dadgum soul to attack a person for their viewpoints as opposed to holding a company accountable. I hope it's worth it. But I'm here and I'm always going to do this. I'm always going to inform the consumer and be like, this is the reality. This is what the thing's capable of. This is what they said. Hold them accountable. Don't let them get away with it. Don't buy in to the nonsense. Don't buy into the marketing. Thank you, Stephen Marson, for 49 months in the VIP. Frail arms emote win. I think you meant to say flail. I mean, my arms are frail. I don't lift weights or anything. Alex calls it out all the time, though. I don't. give one hoot and holler what he does. I don't care about his content. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't watch his content. I'm speaking broadly, brother. I'm speaking rather broadly. And people, in the years that I've been doing this, anytime I call out this brand, people focus on me instead of the brand. Instead of focusing on what they have done, how they've been so consistently misleading, instead of focusing on that, they focus on me. And they focus on people on Twitter and ponies and people that say they're ponies, right? I'm not using pony as a pejorative. There are people that are like, I'm a pony. They're like, I love Sony and I'm a pony and I'm going to be a tribalistic person on Twitter. And they freaking love it. They eat up the battle. They eat up the fight. They think it's fun. They'll focus on those people instead of focusing on the brand and how dishonest that they have been. I think that's extremely telling. I do. A question here from Broken Lobo says, like it or not, this is their marketing focus going forward. Ultimately, consumers will respond after the device is in their hands. I think the messaging borders on false advertising. It does message on, it does. They are the kings of false advertising. They are. They lied about the Xbox Series S. They were 100% dishonest about this device. They were. They positioned this device in an incredibly dishonest way. And the real problem here, the real dust-settling problem for them is, how is the consumer going to react when they go from the summer being like, hey, this is an Xbox, we're really excited for you to come buy this Xbox, and then every single person reviewing it's holding it up, and they're like, this is not an Xbox. I think that's a severe issue for their future marketing and their future trust. You act like salt content creators lie because they do lie. They do. Trust me. I get the comments on my account, and believe me, they do lie. They lie about me and my position. They rip my comments out of context and they misrepresent them. I have people in my comments all the time. Usually happens on the weekend because that's when people go through and grab all the clips and make their content. And I'm constantly being accused of things that I don't believe. I'm constantly being accused of things I've never said. There is an entire meta of content on Twitter and YouTube where you take a clip out of context, you paint somebody as something that you've decided that they are, and I've been saying for years, I don't think that, I don't believe that, I've never said that, I don't identify as a pony. Like, if you constantly have to say, I didn't say that, that's not what I meant, yeah, I don't identify as that, do you know what that is? That means that they're liars. They are. And I know I've been told not to say liars. I don't freaking care. They're liars. They deal in falsehood. That's what they do. Their content is drenched in foolishness and falsehood. They're not telling the truth. They twist and distort. I will literally have 10 comments in a row on my channel and people will be like, you said this. And I'm like, I never said that. But it's really easy to take a 30-second clip and be like, yep, here's Lono saying this, and you remove it from a 2-hour-long debate and a back and forth with somebody and an ongoing firefight. They take full advantage of that to be like, yep, here's Reforge saying something. And I'm like, that's not what I believe. I don't think that. It's dishonest. It is. Why aren't you supposed to say liar? People think it's too harsh. You know, people put me in their content and call me every name in the book, but if I say that they're lying, I'm the bad guy. I find the hypocrisy on this subject to be too deep to even consider. People will watch content that ridicules, name calls, defames, slanders. Like, they will absolutely berate you and call you every name in the book. And if you even lightly clap back with, that's a lie, that's not true, they're dishonest, oh my gosh, you're the devil. Like, the hypocrisy is remarkable. Like, there are people that will fully support that kind of content, but then if you even lightly clap back, I'll say something like, I'll say somebody's being stupid. And it's like I've insulted their mother. People act like I'm the devil, and I'm like, you watch content that is so harsh and so insulting and crass and full of foul language. I'll say somebody's being stupid, and I'm like the devil. So, I think going forward, when this type of thing comes up, I'm fully focused on giving people the truth. I'm not concerned with people doing that. But I am going to let you know, hey, listen, this is what people are going to do. This is what people are going to do. They're going to ignore this. They're not going to put the company on blast, and they're going to fixate on people like me, because that's the easiest way to distract. It's what they did during the ABK trial. Thank you so much for a single gifted Stone Spire. He's setting up the 20 bomb dunker. 20 bombs to 250 will do it. A 20 bomb to 250 will do it. And oh wait, I got a prime over there. I'm sorry, on purple from when I have the questions pulled up, I can't see Twitch. Thank you so much, Sven, for doing your prime over there. 34 months on Twitch. We don't get down in the mire with these people, but I will totally predict their behavior. I will totally predict their behavior, because it's what they're going to do. They're going to fixate on me. They're going to use all the same lingo that they always use about me. Seething, angry, maulding pony. Lying, grifting, e-begging pony. They don't have any other vocabulary. They'll use all those insults, which are all inaccurate, and they're all lies, because they're liars. And then they won't bother to talk about the fact that the brand misled people, and the brand lied, and the brand talked about the device in a way that was misleading. They won't talk about that. They'll talk about me. They'll find tweets. They'll talk about tweets. They'll find people that were console warring about this, and they'll fixate on that instead of actually talking about the company and the brand and holding them accountable. That's what they're going to do. Just watch. Watch the content funnel over the weekend. It's really easy to predict. No, I didn't have the OG Xbox. I started with the 360. Yes. I was a guy on PC. I was all about PC. In college, I built my own PC. I built my buddies' PCs. I'd go to Newegg and get all the parts. And then it was the year that I got married. I got married in 2007. And the year that I got married, I couldn't play Call of Duty 4 and I couldn't play Gears of War. I needed to upgrade my CPU. I believe it was a quad-core processor that was required to play one or both of those games. I can't remember. It was something like that. I needed a quad-core processor, and that was going to be a cascade of upgrades. I was going to have to get that and a new MOBO and new memory. I was going to have to get a whole new thing. I did not want to do that. I wanted to just play, and my buddy that I worked with at AT&T was like, these Xbox 360s are bundled with Call of Duty World at War. We should get that and play together. And I'm like, that sounds great, and that sounds a whole lot cheaper than upgrading my PC. So I went to 360 and I loved it. My wife and I used the Xbox Arcade. We would buy demos. We would play demos and then buy the games. We did that with like Crimson Alliance. We did that with Gatling Gears. Again, these people that consistently lie about me will tell you I'm a tourist and I don't play games. I have been in gaming way longer than they have. I played way more games than they have. I have long, long hours in tons of Xbox games. Like, it was like 111 hours in Fallout 4. Like, built a huge library on the 360, on the Xbox One. I was a Destiny streamer from 2015 to about 2021. And in that span of time, I went back to PC because I wanted 60 FPS in Fortnite and Destiny. And then when the Xbox Series X came out, I felt like I was coming home. I was like, oh, I'm going back to Xbox. That's where all my games are. And the marketing for the Series X was really impressive. I was like, this device looks amazing. At 2019 E3, I was at E3, and the Project Scarlet marketing, I was super excited. I always told my audience that Xbox was a sleeping giant. I was a big guy for Xbox. I liked them. And then in the lead up to my ABK coverage, and during my ABK coverage, I started to think very differently about the brand. I was incredibly disappointed by how they had handled the gen. I thought the Xbox Series S was a giant mistake. I said that it was a self-made Trojan horse. I thought the ABK deal was another mistake. It felt like just an exorbitant amount of money, and my history with, acquisitions of that scale when I worked in a cell phone company and it happened to my dad's company, I was like, this type of acquisition is bad. It's bad for the consumer. It's bad for the market. It's bad for the employees. And so I was against the ABK trial. When that happened, I got the attention of a bunch of people on Twitter because I had some clips, that got some traction. And they decided to lie and to target and to label. And they've done it now ever since. And they continue to do it. Because they are liars. It's what they are. I don't care whose feathers that ruffles. They've made it personal, and they've consistently made it personal, and they will claim that I'm playing the victim when I say this. I'm not playing the victim. I'm calling a spade a spade. You are cowards and liars. You attack the person personally. You attack their integrity. You attack their way of living. You tell people that I shouldn't be trusted, that I'm an e-beggar and a grifter and I'm dishonest and all these terrible things. You do all those things and make it personal simply because I have a different opinion in you, because you're pathetic, cowardly liars. And it's all coming home to roost. Because guess what I get to do? I can move on from this and go back to talking about games and playing PlayStation and doing what I do. Good luck doing that if that's how you've behaved this entire time. If that's how you've handled the coverage of Xbox, if that's how you've handled these debates, if that's how you've handled talking about me, good frickin' luck. Because I can take another 2 months sabbatical from talking Xbox and I'll be just fine. Because I don't care. It's like, you know what? I'll take a break. If it doesn't hit a fever pitch, this was the only thing in the headlines. This was the only thing anybody was talking about. It was like, you know what? I'm going to talk about it because people are going to want me to talk about it because I made predictions about this device that are all coming true. And if I decide that I don't want to talk about them for another couple of months, I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll be like, you know what? I don't want to talk about this. I don't like talking about it. It's too toxic. And I'll take a break. It was really easy to take a break from talking about it because we spent like a week talking Yote. Because that was one of my most anticipated games. And I'm still playing Yote. We spent a couple of days talking about Borderlands. I'm still playing Borderlands with my wife. And I love Borderlands. But every once in a while, we're going to have to pay a little visit to this topic and deal with it. And I'm going to stand my ground. And I'm going to call spades spades. And if people don't like it, I don't care. Because I don't make content to appease people's egos and their sentimentalities about calling people liars. I don't freaking care. And I'm not going to start caring. We have questions to deal with. There's a lot of them in here. Hang on. Trey Gaming is next. How many Yote have you taken out? Only 2. I'm at like 46 hours and only 2. Trey Gaming says, Lono, could you imagine buying a Windows PC handheld just to get online and say, I'm playing PlayStation games via Steam? Should we tell him? I mean, this is the one thing that I don't think people understand that this, was already possible. Do they not realize that you were able to do this for a long time? Like, you've been able to play PlayStation games on a PC handheld for like a while now? Like, what? I mean, you could have slapped an Xbox sticker on a Steam Deck. You could have slapped an Xbox sticker on a Lenovo Go and been like, look, I'm playing PlayStation games on Steam on an Xbox. That's all this device is. It's a device that was already in the market that they slapped a logo on. Listen. And I mean this. If they think that's upsetting to you, let them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let them. It would be like a kid thinking he's getting one over, sneaking broccoli. Let him think he's winning. Oh, you little rascal. Sneaking those vitamins and broccoli. You. Let them think they're winning some fight. Who cares? Like, oh, look at you go. Buying a PC game and playing it on a PC handheld with an Xbox logo. Oh, you. You. Let them think they're winning. They're freaking buying a... They're buying and playing a PC game at 30 frames per second. Let them. Like, yeah, dude, you go. You go, girl. You win that fight that nobody's fighting. Like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, are you kidding me right now? Yeah. I'm playing Spider-Man on my PC handheld. Yeah, how's the performance? Good Lord. Let them think they're winning, man. Listen. They need it. I mean, come on. They need it. They need a win, bro. They need a win, bro. My little nephew, I'm talking like 4, had to avoid rice for a while due to an allergy thing. It cleared up, and once he could eat it, all he wanted to eat was the forbidden rice. My sister was like, cool, right? Like, like, go ahead, dude. You live your dream. You live your dream of playing Sony ported games at 30 frames per second. You're just living the dream, man. You go, girl. Just live it up. Play Returnal at 30 FPS. Just live it up. You winning like you are winning. You're winning, bud. We're so proud of you. We're proud of you. We're proud of you. Now, you understand. Do you see how that's easy to laugh off? Do you see the difference? Like, categorically, it's easy for me to chuckle about that and to make fun of it because it's ludicrous and silly. I get, like, red-hot fire anger. I get, like, righteous indignation at the misleading of Microsoft and the people defending it or distracting from it. Do you see the difference? Like, man, one is worthy of anger and criticism, and the other is just worthy of laughing at it. Like, I can play it at 30 FPS on a 7-inch screen, and it only cost me $600. Checkmate, pony. Right, like, well, actually, Returnal was running really, really bad on the $600 model in the one video I saw, Eugene. So, 30 FPS on a 7-inch screen for $1,000. Yeah, I mean, let them think like, yeah, you are winning. You are so winning. But you'll hear it in my voice and my demeanor. I get way more scathing and frustrated and angry when it comes to misleading the public or just like flat out like attacking me or focusing on me instead of holding Xbox accountable. If somebody wants to be like, oh, I'm winning, I'm playing Spider-Man on an Xbox. Look at you go. You get it. You win. You know what I mean? That's to me is just, that's comical at that point. That's not worthy of anger or criticism. That's just comedy. Jack Garland. So if I have an Xbox console library, what does that library get me when I buy a ROG Ally X? Nothing, anything at all. You can play anything that's Play Anywhere, which is not everything. So, hey, 2 of you guys ordered from Torch. Thank you so much. We should probably do a command. Do I still have it copied? Yeah. Use code Reforge Game 20 to save at. There we go. There we go. Adcom Torch. If you guys want to get some infused drinks, Torch sent me some stuff. If you've never used it before, I would, get the 10 mg, get the 10 milligram, and drink half of it. And see how you feel. I like it. It's very chill. It's very relaxed. You're not getting stoned or drunk or anything like that. You're just relaxing. It's very, very chill. You can go for the higher potency stuff, but you can do the smaller stuff. AOZ says it's projection. People are playing Xbox published games on a PS5, and they want to clap back. Is Diablo Play anywhere? I actually don't know. Broken Lobo. Do you think Sony is grooming a team under Cerny that will carry the torch? It seems their biggest advantage is understanding what devs want, prioritizing relationships with raw specs. I mean, as far as I can tell, the approach from Sony and PlayStation hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. Infused with what? THC. Yeah. You can have a very small amount of that and just chill and relax for an evening. It's a great way if you're trying to drink less booze. It's a great way to have a relaxing evening, feel pretty good, and not feel like garbage the next day. So use the command torch in chat if you want to try it out. They sent me some stuff. I tried it before I've recommended it, and I have really enjoyed it. I do a very small amount, and it's just very relaxing. It's very chill. You can go higher than what I do and, have a little bit of a different experience, but yeah. But to answer your question, Lobo, I just think Sony's taken the same approach they've taken for a very long time. I think they're targeting developers and they're saying, what do the developers need? We're going to do everything we can to make their job easier. There was a really, really interesting, thing that came out of that Moore's Law is Dead video that we watched, and it was that Randy Pitchford told Cerny, if you put more memory in this, you're going to win. And Cerny listened. He had a developer say, this is going to be a problem. I'm telling you, you put more memory in this thing, you're going to win. Yeah, my code is Reforge Game 20. Just take the E out. There's no E after game. It's Reforge Gam 20. I wish they would have just done Reforge 20, but it is what it is. Dark Taco says, Lono, when do you think Sony will offer PS Plus streaming for PC players instead of the legacy PS Now? I love my Portal, but it's very frustrating when the services are not streamlined but same cost. I don't have even the remotest of a prediction about this. It probably is not a high priority. I think PlayStation's more focused on the tenets of the brand with respect to the console and exclusives and things like that. I think so. I think that's what they're focused on. Sony has always smartly listened to the devs. Bungie was instrumental in the design of the DualShock for the triggers. You need a catchy phrase starting with, we dropped the last E4. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened when they did it. They might just put your brand name in for tracking purposes, and maybe it just spits out a code. But you can save by using my code. Is it 20%? Is that how much it saves you? If you go to Torch, it's torchdrinks.com. Is that how much it saves you? Actually, let's go here. View cart. Remove that item. Add a coupon. Reforge Gam 20. Apply. Oh yeah. Yeah, so you can get a 4-pack for $20 and it drops it to 16. Yeah. It drops it to 16. That's not bad. What flavor do you recommend? The strawberry lemonade 10 milligram is really, really good. I recommend if you're new to this, just have half of it. Just drink half of it. And then an hour and a half later, if you're feeling good and you feel like, yeah, this is my speed, you can drink the other half. That's my recommendation. I feel like that's the perfect amount in the perfect evening. If you need more potency, there's higher potency. But that's my recommendation. The strawberry lemonade, 10 milligram. And it, again, you are not getting baked. You're just relaxing. It's a very, very chill. And I slept great. Like, I woke up the next day, I felt like I had great energy. Like, I didn't feel like I typically feel when I'm like, yeah, let's have some drinks. And then the next day I'm like, oh, like, why'd I do that? I didn't feel like that at all. So, Mike on the mic with a question says, my only question is, what happened in the past that made the Xbox fam so enamored with the brand? Thank you for the two-stop Gilgamesh. A Master Ninja has passed. Rest in peace, Itagaki-san. I saw that in the feeds, and I'm just unfamiliar. So I know people were very sort of broken up about that. I'm just unfamiliar with the person who passed. They aren't soda. No, it's not soda-y. It's more adjacent to like a hard, like it doesn't taste like a hard malt drink. The flavor's good, and the you know the crispness of it was good. I liked it. I never felt like. Now I'm rationing the 60 milligram right now. I had like 1.5 ounces the other night, and like an hour and a half later, I had like another ounce, and I was perfect. I felt great. I mean, I'm having like the teeniest amount. You could get the 60 milligram ones and just ration and really stretch it. I mean, because if you don't need the high potency, you know, obviously be careful if you get a high potency. You know, you don't want to have a bad evening. Just have a teeny bit. Okay, I want to answer Mike on a Mike's question. He says, you know, what happened in the past that made the Xbox fam so enamored with the brand? Listen, I've talked about this before. It has nothing to do with Xbox. It has nothing to do with Xbox. This is a global cultural problem right now. And yes, I would like to create content about this, and yes, I'm considering it, and yes, I'm brainstorming every day about a side project that I could spin up that would be a little bit more serious in what I'm talking about. And it wouldn't be here on YouTube, it would be somewhere else. It would probably be on like a Patreon or something, and it would be a side project, and it would not pull away from my gaming coverage. But I'm very passionate about this. I saw a podcast a while ago where the gentlemen on the podcast were discussing what they called a meaning crisis. Okay? And yes, I have those silicone soda lids that D-Tom just put into the Discord. That's what I use. I have like a rubber silicone lid that I put on top of the can. Yeah. He was the creator of Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive. Okay, thank you. So he was the creator of Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive. Okay, well, it's sad to see a creative like that pass, especially so young. He was only in like his 50s. I was microdosing 1 milligram mints for pain and inflammation. One day I took a few too many and I couldn't work. I stopped microdosing. There you go. Wait, what? Who? Itagaki is his last name. If I'm saying that incorrectly, I apologize. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So they're discussing on this podcast that there is a meaning crisis, that people are searching for meaning. I don't feel like they were going deep enough. I feel like there's a layer beneath meaning, and that layer is at the core of how we view ourselves, and then how we view others, and how we view the world. And I believe it's an identity crisis. I believe we are living in a time where there is an overwhelming amount right now, probably even a heightened amount of existential angst. And I believe situations that have been happening in discourse and debates and all these things that have been happening in the world are heightening this sense of existential angst. A lack of a North Star, a lack of a center, a lack of an identity. And what I believe happens, and this has been happening quite a bit, and I believe 2020 escalated this to a significant degree. I mean, because everybody was at home and everybody was bored and everybody was isolated, and it's very, very easy in that context to really have this sense heighten. This sense of I don't have an identity. Okay? What I think people do rather unhealthily is they integrate with something in order to get an identity from it. because it gives them a sense of meaning. See, this is why I think they were talking too high. Like, they're up here talking about meaning. Down here at the bottom, man, identity. And they need this sense of meaning from this identity. They need this sense of purpose from this identity. You see this significantly right now with the way that people discuss anything. Tribalism within video games, tribalism within culture, tribalism within religion, tribalism within global issues, tribalism within political issues. Like, just absolutely unhealthy integration with a thing or a view or a group, okay? One of the reasons that people do this is it gives you a sense of safety, security, purpose. You feel like you belong to something, okay? Some of this is instinctual because when you're a part of a group, you feel safer, right? If you were in the woods by yourself and you heard a stick crack in the distance, your skin's going to crawl, your heart rate's going to go up, and you're going to be terrified. If you're with 20 guys and you're all, armed and hunting, that's not going to do anything to you. Why? You're with a group, Historically, if you're all armed with spears or whatever, like, you're not going to feel that sense of fear. Like, you feel safer in a group. So at like an instinctive level, this is part of our psyche, that like you feel safer in a group. So what I think has happened with Xbox, with politics, with culture, with religion, you see this on Twitch, right? Big battles and drama between streamers, Well, he's a this. No, he's not. You're a this, right? And the reason this seems a little bit, I think, crazy is that if that's not you, a lot of the people that hang out here, I feel like, are more well-adjusted professionals that have jobs. They enjoy a good debate. They enjoy a good conversation. They enjoy my candor demeanor and that I'm safe for work. Like, the audience that's going to have a magnetism to the way that I talk about things is very much going to look at this and be like, what the heck is wrong with people? We have to understand something. You probably don't take your identity from the brand that you support. You probably have a group of friends. You probably have a really good job. You probably have a family. You probably have a relationship. You have something that kind of grounds you a little bit, that gives you a sense of identity, that gives you a sense of purpose, that gives you a sense of meaning. So you don't feel like you need to get it from, well, I love brand. So what happens is they see me mouthing, ranting, criticizing, raising my voice about Xbox, and they feel attacked. Why? Because they think I'm attacking them. They have so fully integrated their identity with the brand. I mean, look at the behavior on Twitter. Look at their profile pictures. Look at their usernames. Do you see? So they feel like you're attacking them, and it's like, what the heck? I'm criticizing Microsoft of all companies. Like, goodness gracious, I'm criticizing Xbox, or I'm criticizing marketing. Why are you getting so, antagonistic? Now they'll say, well, why are you so upset? If you haven't noticed, over the past 5 years, I get very activated by dishonesty. I do not like it. I have personal reasons for that. It's very easy for influential people to convince the public of something that isn't true, and it can cause damage. So I'm obviously very, personally activated by that. Now, I've tried not to get it as activated by it, but when this thing happened with Xbox, with this ROG Ally, to me, it was just one more domino in a series of falling dominoes where, like, they're willing to say things, they're willing to do things and position things to mislead you, and if I call it out, what happens is somebody who has integrated their identity with the brand feels like I'm attacking them. And I'm like, I'm talking about a commercial. I'm talking about Sarah Bond. I'm talking about a showcase. I'm talking about an announcement. I'm talking about a piece of plastic. And you feel like I'm attacking you. That's why they make it personal almost immediately. Oh, yeah, you're a pony. You're a grifter. You're a liar. What? I'm talking about marketing. I'm talking about a brand. I'm talking about a device. What on earth? Some dude earlier was like, "Who hurt you, pal?" And I wanted to say, a bunch of liars. You get it now? Yeah, people that understand the lore of the channel and my lore understand why I get so frustrated by this. Chief Master says, these are good points that you're making. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It's very funny because when you love to PC, you want best performance, and people will switch manufacturers as long as performance is better. Staying tied to a PC brand while getting less performance is asinine. If Sony put out a PC handheld and called it a PlayStation and it didn't play games in the same way that Xbox claimed you could, you'd be going after them just as hard. I 100% would be going after them just as hard. Yes, I would. I would be like, what? Why would you do that? Why would you say things about a device that isn't true? I remember I had to go at Sony when they did something with Horizon and they weren't going to give people the free upgrade. And I was like, you said you were going to give people the free upgrade. Give people the free upgrade. I think it was like, was it the PS4 version versus the PS5 version or something? I feel bad for asking you to cover this. I'm sorry they target you. I don't care about the targeting. What I try to do in bringing up the fact that they target me, they will claim that I'm claiming victim. No. I'm predicting the weather. I'm telling you what they're going to do. Why? It's probably the best shot I can take at them. Short of putting their pathetic content on my channel and reacting to it, which I don't want to do, I like predicting the weather and saying this is what they're going to do. Why? Because I know they hate that I do that. They hate it. They hate the fact that their behavior, their diatribes, their vocabulary, their positions, the way they frame things, is so dadgum predictable. It's like, yeah, there's going to be nice weather in San Diego tomorrow, and I'm going to be in a bunch of content over the weekend with people misrepresenting what I said or focusing on me and my passion and my anger as opposed to, focusing on the brand and how the brand was dishonest. I like doing that because that's my best jab back at them without having to put them in my content because I don't want to. So, and again, we've gone a couple of months without me really having to address this. Like, this is just something that comes up. And there's one of two ways to handle it. You either act like it doesn't exist, which we largely do, or I'll give it some footing on the show and be like, listen, this is what people are going to do. This is what people are going to say. You need to be on guard for it. You do. And the reason I do that is I hope over time, more and more people will be like, this guy's talking sense. They're talking nonsense. They're being dishonest. That's my hope. There are people in the audience right now being quiet, and they might be angry. They might not like me. Maybe they're banned. My hope is that eventually one day they'll realize, wait a minute. He is being misrepresented. He is being lied about. Slowly but surely, I think the sensible people in the room will start to come around to that. Now, I'm not making my content about that. I'm not fixating on it. If you go to my channel, we've got a bunch of new content and a bunch of new focused content. We've been focusing on talking about games. We have a video update right now about Arc Raiders and Wolverine and Saros and Expedition 33 and Bungie's Marathon and my deep dive into Ghost of Tsushima's story. That's what I've been focusing my energy and my attention on. I've got live shows about PlayStation's relationship with AMD, the Black Myth Wukong update, the PS6 release timing, the aftermath of what happened with Xbox, me reacting to SkillUp's review of Ghost of Yotei, the Mark Cerny video about the PS6, the unexpected sales of Ghost of Yotei, gameplay of Ghost of Yotei, talking about that, debating Game of the Year. Like, that's what I've been focusing on. Right? Anybody who's going to, if anybody tries to run the narrative was like, well, all he wants to do is talk about Xbox and bag on Xbox. No. Right here, you see, I tried to warn you. If you scroll beneath that, we've not been focusing on that brand at all. We've not been. I can take a 2-month break from that brand, and I'm just fine. Here's Yotei. Here's Hades 2. Here's Saros. Here's Wolverine. Here's a state of play. Here's Baby Steps. Here's PS6. Here's more Yotei. Here's just variety gaming news shows about a bunch of different things. Yotei, Borderlands, Battlefield, Intergalactic. You see? This is what I'm giving you when you sub to my channel. You support me, you sub to this channel, this is what you're getting. We got to spend a day like today dealing with it, and I'm going to fence the table, and I'm going to make it tough for people to, to lie on me by predicting that they're going to. This is my upload tab. If you like shorter uploads, if you don't like live streams, look at what you got. Arc Raiders, Wolvie, Saros, Expedition 33, Marathon, Tsushima, Intergalactic, Venom, Skins Are Ruining Games, Silksong, Marathon, Lost Soul Aside flopped. It's, Real Pony Channel calling a China Hero Project PlayStation published game a flop. Silksong Effect, PlayStation wants to fail. This is the kind of variety and coverage that you're going to get when you sub to this channel. No agenda, no Xbox hate, no clickbait, none of that. You look at these thumbnails, you look at my channel, that is not at all a representation of my content. And my hope is, eventually, a lot of you that are maybe in the shadows, or maybe hanging out on Twitter, or maybe hanging out in different places, you're like, well, I've seen clips. Well, do an audit of my channel, hang out here for a while, not on a day like today where I'm getting wound up about Xbox. Hang out on a day where we're playing games, we're talking games, and you're going to see that you've been sold a bill of goods about me. And it's on brand because Xbox sold people a bill of goods about pretty much every piece of hardware they've delivered this gen. Hey, thanks so much. Somebody ordered some more. I appreciate that. We also have Freaky Fridays. I'll take no further questions at this time. Well, you're not going to get a Freaky Friday at the current pace, Lobo. I hate to say it. Listen, another bit of housekeeping. We have changed the way members' content shows up, and I hope that it's better for you guys. I think that it is. So this morning, we opened the show with morning coffee, and you could submit questions because only members could talk. I've been going through those questions right now. That's a great reason to be here right when the show starts every day. Friday nights will now be public, but only members will be able to talk. And we want to kick off Friday nights with my wife's thoughts on gaming news from that week. So I'm going to kind of recap the gaming news that week with her and see what she thinks. It's hilarious because she doesn't follow any of this. She doesn't really care about any of this. And it's generally very entertaining. We will also then play a game. This week, we're going to play Dead Take, which is a scary game. And so that's the incentive. So that Friday night stream is a weekly incentive. It's an extra piece of content that you guys can help unlock by renewing, by upgrading, by gifting. Amskin says, I'm glad the Clippers exist. Otherwise, I never would have found my way here. I know that it's a fruitless endeavor to try to debate, argue, or correct their falsehood. I simply just label it as what it is, and hope that over time, enough people like Amskin will come around and be like, yeah, they're just lying on this guy. That what they're saying about him is just not true. So, last question in the queue is Dave Langer saying, could the issue be too many cooks in the kitchen? I don't know if there's too many cooks in the kitchen. I think it's that the head chef in the kitchen has very different ideas about where the brand should go. Right? I'll say it another way. The restaurant owner kicked the kitchen door in and is like, we're changing the menu, we're changing the identity of the restaurant. Trey Gaming says, I was literally one of those guys. I hated you because of the nasty clips. I watch you for myself, and I've now been subbed for almost a year on members. Respect. That's why periodically I think it's worth my time to defend myself a little bit and to talk about it and to acknowledge what people say and do about me. I think it's okay to acknowledge it every now and again. We've not really paid much attention to it for a couple of months. I knew it was going to kind of happen today. I knew people were going to come in and get their jabs in. I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to stand on business, and hopefully there will be people like, Trey Gaming and others that'll be like, I think this guy's a straight shooter. I don't think he's out here BSing and grifting and lying. I think that's the other folks. And if not, so be it. So be it. I'm going to let my content speak for itself, my integrity and my history as a content creator. I'm going to let it speak for itself. I don't need to constantly go on these, defense, runs. On certain days, I'll speak to it. I'm still new, but I'm here every day. I appreciate that, Damien. If Sony put out a PC handheld and they said it plays all of your games when they come to Steam, that'd be something, wouldn't it? That'd be something. Well, we're past the 3-hour mark. And I don't have any other questions in the queue. So now if you guys submit questions, feel free to submit off-topic questions. That's totally fine. Because at this point, I don't think we need to belabor and wail on a dead horse here. I don't think that's worth our time at this point. Completely respect your ability to hold the line with what you believe. Been watching you for years, and that's why. Even if I view something differently, it's great to see you hold fast to your views with your content. Well, and the other type of content that I would enjoy making, I'm still brainstorming about what that would look like, what I would call it, what the focus would be. That's still something that I would like to do. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and I've got a lot of things I'd like to say and discuss, and that would just have to be a side project, something else, something that would live elsewhere, and it wouldn't take away from what I'm doing here. This is the bulk of my week and the bulk of my day, giving you guys what I hope is excellent content, interaction, and stuff that I think is value laden. And hopefully people feel that being able to submit questions, being able to talk during morning coffee, being able to talk during a Friday night stream with Madam, being able to get into Green Room. I always thought you were a good guy until you never explained the meaning of life. Huh? Would you stream outside? When we hit certain thresholds of Member Plus and above, yeah, I do IRL streams outside. I've done that before. Citizen JV says, I've listened to you for more than a year, and I have to say that I have a lot of respect for your perspectives and opinions. The Salt content creators have you all wrong. Huh? You got to make rent somehow, and that content just, it can't be at a standard of truth and honesty. It can't be. They've built things on a, they built their house on sand. I'm ready to get my hands on the ROG Ally X, but I'm not getting it until spring so I can see all the problems before I buy. I'll tell you what, if they can get that software running well, it seems like they're headed in the right direction. I mean, some of the reviews were saying, like, this is a good start, but they've got a lot of work to do on the UI and the software portion. So, we love you, brother. I appreciate it. You guys have kept this thing going. We're able to do this full time because you guys keep your memberships going, you upgrade your memberships, and you gift. The best thing you can do right now to assist with what we're doing as we're sort of trying to make some adjustments and, survive changes that we don't have control over. My hope is that you're like, hey, I'm still getting my members stuff. That's my hope. I don't want you guys to feel like you're getting less stuff. So Wolverine is now wishlisted. Or wishlistable, I should say. Marvel's Wolverine can now be wishlisted on PlayStation's storefront. So there it is. Just a little bit of blurb there at the bottom. Do you have an Xbox ROG in hand? No, I have no interest in it. It wouldn't do anything for me. I don't want to play games at 30 FPS. It would do nothing for me. None of us are perfect, but I felt a natural affinity for Lono pretty early on, a fair and balanced man. I appreciate that. Borderlands says, quick update that our Day 30 update, which includes balance adjustments, performance and stability improvements, and some new quality of life features, will be hitting early next week. Okay. We took a few extra steps to help ensure the experience for you. Yeah, I had crashes the other night. I'm really souring on Borderlands. It's really hard to play when the game's crashing periodically. It's like, man, it's really hard to have fun when this is happening. $2 super chat, Rip D'Angelo, great R&B singer of our time. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I understand why you moved the green room to Discord, but there's a hoop I just don't want to jump through. We don't want to spend too much time having to talk about that because, I know people are like, they don't want to hear about the woes of YouTube, okay? So I'm not trying to like, oh, YouTube's terrible. But you need to be informed as somebody who's paying for content. If YouTube fixes it, this should be temporary. We just don't know how temporary it's going to be. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know when they're going to fix this problem where if you make members content, it's destructive. Like, really big YouTubers are like, we're no longer doing members content. It's harmful. So we had to make the same decision. My hope is that it's temporary for a short period of time. Like, YouTube comes out and says, hey, we fixed that. you can now make members content and it's not so damaging. And then we'll go back. Green Room in the Discord does have a better vibe, though, I will say. It feels more like a video call. There's no delay. I'm on camera. Excuse me. I can show you articles and stuff. Like, you're really missing out if you don't jump into the Discord and capitalize on your membership in there. Like, we had a really, really good time. So, Mike and Mike says, Lono, I'm glad you turned my question into an ad for your channel. Good job, sir. Well, thank you. I feel like I gave you an answer, didn't I? Are there any plans to try to do VODs of some of the kind of Green Room? We don't have a way of doing that, no. Sorry. We don't have a way of doing that. I don't want to sit and record like a 2-hour-long conversation and then have to upload it somewhere else. That is an exorbitant amount of demand, you know, and that's a big ask for me to be like, wait, hit record and then have some big, huge file that you got to upload somewhere. And it's like, what? I appreciate you saying that, Citizen JB. Green Room in Discord's way more fun. We have gifts and links, and someone is baking cookies for today. Well, and it's immediate, and you don't have character limit. Like, Discord's actually, I think a lot of people have been sleeping on Discord. You guys have been really missing out. I want to say that I really appreciate you guys interacting with Q&A the way that you did today. It really carried the show. Like, I lost track of time. I was like, oh my gosh, there's so many questions in here. That felt like a return to, you know, what we used to do with Destiny. Hey, somebody ordered some coffee. Hang on one second. What is this? Yo, DE got a triple threat of the coffee. Guys, we got all kind of drinks. We got Sprecher soda that we work with. We got Torch, which is THC infused drinks that we're working with, and we got our coffee. Whatever your poison is. Caffeine, sugar, THC, whichever's your poison. Whichever chemical you're most interested in putting in your body. We got it all. Incredibly sad to hear about the passing of Tamanobu. Oh, yeah, Itagaki. Yeah. Somebody super chatted about that. Yeah. I don't like having to choose between video and chat. I'm probably an individual case, but given my schedule, I don't get to watch Green Room live, so I have to catch up with the VODs. Lono, I was typing that. Sorry, Zubair. THC, I'm listening. A company called Torch sent me some of their stuff. They reached out, and I tried it, and I liked it. I would encourage you to get the 10 milligram and drink half of it and see how you feel. It's just very chill. It's very relaxing. It's not, you're not out here getting baked or stoned. They have high potency if you want that, but you can use the Torch command in chat and get 20% off by using my code. Yeah, you'll know where to go when I end the stream. We got to go to Green Room, which we're probably close to doing. We've kind of run our course here, you know, on 60 minutes. We're actually doing most people that found me today through search were searching for Reforge Gaming. Hilarious. Xbox did something. Better go search for Reforge. It's good, Gabriel. High potency for me. Yeah. I just give the disclaimer because I'm not looking for the high potency. I'm just relaxing. So like 5 milligrams and then like an hour and a half later, another 5. And I just felt very chill and very relaxed. It was very nice. And I felt like I slept really good. I liked it. What should we do? I mean, I could give you guys an opportunity to extend. What time is it? 20 minutes. Yeah, 20 to 1. I could give you guys 20 minutes to extend. If you want to even have the possibility of this thing hitting the target tomorrow, we would probably want to end today at 300. Or there's probably no real shot. I mean, I know the big boys like to show up and really flex. We've got some monsters in our midst. But I'd be happy to extend. I would even be willing to show you guys that ball pit game. We would just switch gears here. And I'd show you that ball pit game. if you can make this hit 300. If not, that's totally fine. We'll just go to green room. But I'll give you guys 20 minutes to extend. You can upgrade. That counts as a double. You can gift. You can renew. You can check your primes. There's a whole lot of ways to move this numbers. You do not have to be dropping 50 bombs like some of these monsters. And you can definitely help with what we're working on. Green room is in its Discord. We just used the stage yesterday, Silver Subaru. Creature and I just hung out on the stage, and then I just turned my camera on. I did a virtual camera here in OBS, and they could just see me and what I was doing if I wanted to like look at an article or something. What we're trying to do is, if you support the channel, I am giving you access. You can submit a question. You can talk during morning coffee. You can hang out on a Friday night with me and Madam, and you're allowed to talk and ask her questions. You get access to me and my producer in the green room in the Discord. We're trying to give you access. I want you to feel like, you're getting primo treatment because you support the channel. That's what we're going for. And I hope that you guys, appreciate it. And I hope you appreciate how we're having to do our best to adapt. And our commitment is to you, that if they fix some of these things, we'll sort of try to readjust and go back to some of the basics. We feel like we've kind of gone back to the basics today. The way you guys interacted with Q&A felt great. That was just, I don't know. That feels like a kind of a return to form of what makes this community tick, which is good discussions, good back and forth, good questions. Cool Spoon with the Prime. I had to sub to mention Kirby Air Riders is getting snubbed for Game of the Year, and it's gross. It's not even out yet, and thank you so much for adding to the total. We're at 232. Yeah, Linus Tech Tips being in that meme is pretty funny. Pretty funny. Marvel's Wolverine launches fall 2026 is available wishlist today. PlayStation actually tweeted that. I didn't realize why suddenly do anything. I had no idea how to do anything or what I'm collecting wheat and wood for, and yet I'm still playing. Jen from Windows Central is very funny. We were commiserating. On Ball Pit. Read my super chat. I did. Happy. Oh my gosh. Silent Spartan with a 50 bomb. I better see some farty bomb spam in the chat. This guy saved your bacon last week. Y'all better say thank you to this man. He has been bringing the heat. He has been. Him and Pork Pie have basically been saving y'all's bacon week to week and ensuring that you're getting Friday nights. How's the game still wakes so deep? I remember really liking that. It was pretty spooky. We will see if we can get somebody to match over here on purple. We will see what happens. That will be a potential extension of the stream today. I'll show you guys that ball pit. We will see if anybody wants to really go the distance today. Thank you guys so much. Also, those of you that are continuing to upgrade your primes, or renew your primes, I should say, I greatly appreciate it. I may miss. Yeah, no, I totally read it. I said, rest in peace, D'Angelo, great R&B singer of our time. I totally read that. I know that I did. You must have missed it. Chat will testify and say, I read that out loud. I'm fairly certain I read that out loud, chat. Did I not? Maybe did I read it in my head? Silent Spartan with the VIP, 25 months. Happy to help support you, Lono. I often disagree with you, but I respect the honesty with which you deliver your takes. You're an intelligent man, and you make my workdays much smoother. Thank you so much, Silent Spartan, for a massive member bomb. Chat saying that I said it. Yeah. Okay. He said I remember. Okay, cool. I do miss super chats. So, call me out when I do that. That does happen from time to time. I don't mean to do that. So, Okay, we're 17 members away from extending the stream. You have 15 minutes to hit 300 members. We'll see if you guys can do it. You need 17. So, and you can do that in 15 minutes. That can, right now, you guys can click the $sign on YouTube. You might have a renewal to celebrate, and if you're in a Member Plus or higher account. So don't forget to do those. You guys are paying for that. You guys are paying for those. So don't forget to celebrate those. Those are yours to celebrate. The Crew 2 just got an offline mode. I feel like more and more companies are probably going to try to lean into that because they know, like, the negative stigma of not allowing somebody to play something and not allowing people to, you know, not allowing people to like play a game after a certain point or have access to their stuff after a certain point. Like, I think there's a pretty big negative stigma there now. Joker Quinn gifts one. Raphael gifts one. We got a little member train brewing. We are now 15 away. Thank you so much, boys. Joker Quinn and Raphael both consistently doing those single gifteds. Thank you very, very much. We're a couple of 5 bombs away from extending the stream. I'll go get my PlayStation. I'll take a quick break, and I'll show you guys that ball pit game. It is fun. I will do that when you guys rally like this and extend the stream. That's fun. We can definitely do that. And then we'll see if you guys can manage to pull it out of the fire tomorrow and unlock a Friday night stream with Madam. Battlefield 6 needs to do that. I can't play the campaign without being online. Really? They require online for their campaign? I swear Modern Warfare 2 did something like that, and it didn't require it. But they were running something online. Happy. Thank you so much for gifting a member as well. We're at 286. 286. Do torch orders count towards stretch? No, but they were going to send me some more, and they will definitely do that with the way you guys have ordered today. Thank you so much. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 orders today. Thank you, boys. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoy it. And a 5 bomb comes in from James MC, and a 5 bomb comes in from D487. We're at 296. This is what we're trying to do here, man. Rally the troops. You guys have been doing this lately with really only a couple of heavy hitters. Pork Pie and Silent Spartan are really the only 2 heavy hitters lately. You guys have been doing this on your own. And a Member Plus renewal from D487. I don't do Discord, but good luck in Green Room. Listen, let me add that to the total, 298. Do me a favor, okay? Just do me a favor. You guys that are like, I don't do Discord, okay? Just try it once. The app is free. Make an account. Link it with your YouTube. You know that I wouldn't do or recommend something. Like, I'm not trying, like, you're already supporting me. So I'm not trying to sell you something here. Like, just try it and see. And Charles Freeman comes in with the 10 bomb and secures the milestone of 308. You love to see it. Thank you so much, Charles Freeman. Let me pause those. Sorry about that, Wilbur. I owe you guys a member over there on YouTube. Thank you so much for the support. You guys just hit the 300 milestone. Every 25, I gift one back. Boom. You don't like putting your info out there for new apps and stuff? I mean, I completely understand, but like, if you're using the same email that you use with your YouTube account, like, YouTube's owned by Google, homie. Like, Google, brother. Like, what are we doing here? Like, come on. You know. A single gift that comes in from Arthur Torres gets us to 309. Higher character count, faster responses, images, links, GIFs. Most importantly, no public filter on what we say. Yeah, that's right. It's more like a video call. It's literally like you're hanging out with me on like a Zoom call. It's not like a stream because like my responses to you are immediate because we're literally just hanging out in the chat. So... If you don't like Discord, you can go to Twitch. Oh, no. We're just doing Green Room in the Discord now. I'm not doing it on Purple. I don't do it anywhere. It isn't worth it. That completely defeats the purpose. Members and sub-only content on Purple is just as destructive. People don't like it. They don't even like when the chat's set to sub-only on Purple. They get mad about that. I have people leaving and unfollowing whenever I'm running that. Xbox is teasing new features coming late 2025-26 for the Xbox ROG Ally. Yeah, I said many times today, I don't think the device is bad, and I don't think, there are people that are not being critical of it as a device. They're saying that it's not an Xbox. You know what I mean? Unleash the freedom to play however you want, wherever you want. So so this is how Xbox is tweeting about this. Right. Do they say anywhere in here like this is an Xbox? Are they pushing that? Unleash the freedom to play however you want, wherever you want. I can't play it while getting an MRI. Wait. Hang on, I missed the part. What did they say there? This is handheld freedom. You know what's interesting? You know what's like really, really absent from this marketing, which is a good thing? Look, ROG Xbox Ally. Like, there's not a single hint of the whole like this is an Xbox thing. Like, they're not pushing that in this trailer. Yo, and a 5-bomb comes in from K.Cole. The member train continues. Thank you so much. If you guys get this to 400, man, tomorrow will be easy. It'll be easy. Big boys love to show up on Fridays and show off. That's like their favorite day to do it. Is this Game of the Year discussion still up? Oh, wow. That is really interesting. We did a Game of the Year debate a while ago, like as a broadcast, and we didn't get great results. Like, not a lot of people tuned in, but as a past broadcast, it's doing pretty well. Oh, it's been hyped 4 times. Maybe that's why. It's got some hype points on it. I wonder if that's helped it. If you guys are using the hype feature on YouTube, use that on my uploads if you don't mind. If you prefer to do it on a live stream, that's totally fine. But if you watch one of my uploads about like Arc Raiders or Wolverine or something, that's the best place to use the hype feature, honestly. I miss Narwaffle's single. Where? Oh, I did. I think I did miss it. Narwaffle, thank you for the single. We are now exactly a 10-bomb away from the next milestone. Whoever makes this hit 325, I owe your platform a memory. You guys are crushing it. Thank you so much. You guys have made today really, really great. You guys are supporting the torch command. You guys are supporting the coffee. You're hitting sub. You're hitting like. Thank you. Branded accounts can't use the hype feature? What? Why do they limit branded accounts so much? I thought by now they would have done away with that. You know what I mean? You would think by now they would just be like, just let the branded accounts do it. I mean, what's the big deal? Hilly says, I'm taking full credit for a good day. Thank you, Hilly. We couldn't have done this without you. I've hyped all the vids over the last few days. I appreciate that. You guys that have been doing that, thank you. We are definitely seeing a nice change, and that's good. That's what we need to see. We couldn't do it without you guys. So none of this is possible without y'all's help. And seriously, you might be like, I hit like in chat, or I only do a membership. That's fine. Those are all, I mean, seriously, it all helps. If you listen and lurk every day, and that's all you do, that helps. All those things help. Does the command work in Discord? No, I don't know how to add commands. I don't know how to add commands to the Discord. Yeah, I don't know how to. You're welcome. Thank you, Otavio Cruz. I mean it. Some of you are from the Twitch days, and you remember, like, things were just always crazy. Things were always popping. We were doing Q&A. We had a vibrant Discord, right? We are getting back to that. That's what we want to be back at. That's the basics, right? We kind of had to start over. We some of us know the history, some of us don't, right? We had to start over, and so we're having to be scrappy. We're having to be fighters out here, right? And you guys are helping with that. Our goal is to get to that point where, like, the goal in Friday nights are just a cherry on top, right? There's just this support of folks. There's a bunch of member pluses. There's green room. There's Discord. There's Q&A. Like, that's what we're doing. That's what we're focusing on. I want you to be like, I missed a day of the stream. Oh my gosh, there's so much happening that I missed out on. That's how I want you to feel. I want you to feel like there's so much value here that you just can't miss. I want you to feel like you're getting an absolute bargain for $5 a month. That's our goal, is to end every day and every week with you feeling like you got just a monsoon of value. I'm trying to over-deliver, which, some people would say is a bad idea. I don't agree. I think it's a good idea to over-deliver. I got a pillow burn. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you recover from that. Yeah. Updates coming to the Xbox Ally soon. New feature, default game profiles, balances frame rate and energy use for select titles, enhanced docking experience, new feature, highlight reels, ongoing improvements. I think the software can be improved over time. My issue is not the software. It's just the capabilities of the device. And I really don't think you can stress this enough. It's a significant torpedo to their marketing. Like, I don't get how people don't see that. You know what I mean? I really, really don't get how people don't see that. How do you not see that, like, they've been stressing that everything is an Xbox, and they just launched something that at the end of the day, people that got their hands on it are like, yeah, but it's not an Xbox. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's a huge, huge torpedo. It's like, well, wait a minute. You've just been insisting, and I mean insisting, that everything is an Xbox. And then you just launched a device where the main headline from basically every review outlet that got their hands on it is, yeah, but it's not an Xbox. Do you see? I don't. Maybe I'm not saying that as good as I should or as well as I should, but it's like, dear Lord, that's a huge blow to their entire focal point right now. Like, look at these polls. Are you interested in buying the Xbox ROG Ally X? 87% no. That's not surprising. Are you currently subscribed to Game Pass? No. In light of recent rumors, do you think there'll be a new Xbox console in the future? No, is the majority. Like, and I know we're a select group, and I know there's a lot of skepticism and negativity about Xbox in this group because you guys probably resonate with my frustrations with the brand, which is one of the reasons you hang out here. It's not the only reason, but there's a good portion of you that hang out here because you agree with me on Xbox's current standing in the market. This just feels like another blow. Xbox ROG Ally X is Xbox changing up how they play the game. There's no world where they come out with a console and beat PlayStation and Nintendo. It's never going to happen. I know there's plenty of people out there who would love for them to release a traditional console and get their butts handed to them by the competition, but even with all their flaws, and there's a lot of them, I will take Xbox shooting their shot over Xbox leaving the industry any day. I've had my fair share of criticisms lately about the Xbox brand, but if they leave gaming, everyone loses. So I'd much rather a world where they figure this out, because I think the handheld OS integration is one of the ballsiest plays we've seen in a gaming decade. Yeah, I don't necessarily think I disagree with what he's saying. I don't know if it's the ballsiest thing. I mean, yeah, it is. I would actually say it's gutsy given how they framed it. I don't necessarily think it's ballsy because, like, oh my, they're taking a huge risk. I mean, they're freaking Microsoft, for Pete's sakes. I think it's ballsy and gutsy because they're once again hoping to burn trust and goodwill from people. Like, that's what I feel like they're doing. You know, they're burning that goodwill. They're burning any remaining goodwill that they had with their audience. That's what's ballsy and gutsy about it. It's like, your future hardware endeavors, man, like, I don't know. You're making it really, really hard for people to trust anything y'all say. It's weird as an Xbox guy. I could have been there from the beginning to the end. I was 5 in 2001 when I got my Xbox, and seeing what it could be in the end just feels so weird. Guess this is how Sega people felt. He definitely nailed a lot of things going on with Xbox. I think we're going to see a continued mistrust. I think that's going to continue. It'll be very interesting how they try to position the next piece of hardware. Consumers are less critical than people want to admit. The average consumer cares about one thing only, and that's the price. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think consumers only care about price. I think consumers care about price, but then they also care about value. Like, they care about value. Like, if I sold you a bike for $20 and you're like, man, that was a great price, and then it's like barely working and the chains are rusted, you're not going to be like, well, all I care about is the price. So no, you'd be like, man, even though it was only $20, man, this thing's a piece of junk. You know, it's a real fixer-upper. So, like, yeah, value is equally as important, I think, to people. So anybody who buys the handheld under the impression that it is an Xbox, with this idea of, like, you know, this thing's going to be able to play my Xbox games, man, oh man, are they going to be irritated. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the future of their PR and their marketing goes and what people think of this thing. We don't need to belabor the point. I feel like I pretty much said what I wanted to say about it. Let me, you guys hit the stretch, I said you guys can extend. So it's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna take a quick break and grab my PlayStation. I'm gonna show you guys Ball Pit. I'd be pissed if I paid $1,000 for a lie. That's what I'm saying. It's a pretty expensive piece of equipment for somebody to buy under a false pretense. Like, you know what I'm saying? And another 5 bomb comes in from Alex. He puts us on the doorstep. Whoever makes this hit 325, I owe your platform a member. It's a race. Okay? I was just getting ready to take a break, but I got to watch both chats now. Who's going to do it? All right? Is it going to be Twitch or is it going to be YouTube? Who's doing the next 5 bomb? I'll owe you a member, and then I'll be able to take a break. What's unique about the hardware? Dedicated software. That's one of the things that really came out in a lot of the reviews. Like the one reason to like really get it, it's like that was the one thing people were kind of critical of. They're like the Windows aspect of it in the UI wasn't great. It's got a ways to go. It feels like it was rushed. Tom Warren said that. Linus said it. Xbox Era was critical of the Windows aspect and the UI aspect. They said they had bugs galore. I mean, All right, I do need to take a break, so I'm going to give you guys like another minute or two. I wanted to make sure I was watching both screens to see who beat the race to 325. I'm going to give you like another minute or two, and then I got to take a break. And if I come back and you did it while I was gone, then I guess I'll just ask if somebody saw who did it first. Here, I'll answer Zinthos' question while we wait. Zinthos says, to play devil's advocate, don't you think the responsibility is on the consumer to be properly informed before spending that much amount of money? This road has two sides to the street, okay? Yes, you're responsible to do your own due diligence. However, and this is something that I've really stressed with Xbox and Microsoft, is I'm trying to promote skepticism and a scrutinous posture with them. Really scrutinize their claims because they have so consistently phrased things in a misleading way. That's what I'm trying to say to the consumers that hang out here. The problem is the average consumer is going to watch that Sarah Bond presentation, and they're going to watch all these people insisting, podcasters, YouTubers, and whoever, that were insisting it's an Xbox, and they're going to be like, oh, well, they're calling it an Xbox, and she said it's going to be able to play games all across my library. Let me get this thing. At that point, what reason do you have, unless you're like super, super plugged in, what reason do you have to be skeptical of the claims? Like, oh, yeah, they're probably lying to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to tell people that you should expect Microsoft to be misleading with the marketing. You should expect it. From here on out, that's what you should expect, is slick wording and misleading marketing. I don't think they're trustworthy. But the average consumer might not know that. For someone that only watches Xbox content, you could easily fall prey to the false advertising. You could. So, okay. All right, I gave you guys enough time. I'll answer this question, then I'm going to take a break. I think I just said that. Madden Mill says, if Xbox is just moving to PC versions, how much longer do studios around the world like Capcom develop for the series consoles? Those ports cost a lot of money. I mean, it's a fair question, but eventually the gen gets left behind anyway. I would imagine it's probably going to be in a similar timetable. A couple of years, you'll see a shift, and you'll see, Series S and the Series X, not supported any longer. So, yeah. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. And yeah, I'll hit some ads, and we'll play that ball pit game when I get back. Appreciate you guys and your ridiculous support of the channel week after week, day after day. Hang tight. Don't go anywhere. And yeah, thanks for everything. And make sure you're hitting like on YouTube as well. That's another way to help out this video. All right, I'll be right back. We gotta look into it. Chat, I'm almost back. Sorry. Sorry, chat. Sorry. My boy, he's fine, but he ate something yesterday that really bothered him. He got sick twice, and now he's fine. And so my wife was like, "Are we good to go?" You know, there's a couple like elderly ladies they help with things that they need help with. One of them is like blind, so they help her with her dogs and stuff. And this one, like, they help with like getting to and from the library. And she's like, "Do you think we can go?" I was like, "It's fine." I was like, "He's not sick." But he's going to stay back and watch some TV. So he has no other symptoms. It was just something went in that had to come back out. And that happens. Okay. You guys unlocked an extended stream where I am going to show you ball pit. And a 5-bomb comes in from Sal. YouTube takes it again. YouTube taking all the milestones today. Alex set that one up. And then Sal takes it. Let me gift you guys a member over there on YouTube. I do one every 25. Keep it going, boys. Keep it going. Did you watch Yoshida's interview on the Friends Per Second podcast? He said something about loading screens on last gen that was so applicable on what you said about the runbacks on Silksong. No. What do you think is applicable? Vaughn, let me answer your question. Vaughn Raz submitted a question, I think, while I stepped away. Let's say that the Xbox will become a sole publisher and not a dedicated hardware developer. How do you see PlayStation and Nintendo move forward? I think PlayStation and Nintendo are going to continue moving forward with what are the tenets of their brand. Like Mark Cerny just loudly signaled in his video with AMD that they're fully invested into the technology and the hardware, and I think they're going to continue doing that. And I think Nintendo is going to continue to dominate as a toy tech gaming like hybrid company. Like they view themselves as a toy company. That's what they view themselves as. So, all right, I'm not going to switch directories or anything for this. This is just a segment for you guys that you have unlocked. That what the heck? Give me a second. He said the loading screens felt like putting the player on a timeout and made them think about what they did wrong on a boss fight that was not fun. Yo, thank you so much. 11 months, Behemoth, adding to the total to get us to 326. I appreciate it so much. Here, Behemoth, if you said anything, I'm going to have to pull up my other dashboard to see. Yeah, I played this for an hour last night, and I was hooked. This ball pit game is really, really cool. Published by Devolver Digital. Battlefield's updating. Behemoth said, "Hey, Lono from Purple." What? Why can't I see everything that you said? The heck is this? From Purple what? From Purple Planet, driving and listening to your stream. Thank you so much, Behemoth. I appreciate you renewing your tier 3 for 11 months. I have played Absalom. I played this for a little bit with Madam. We played for about a half an hour just to kind of test it out to see if we liked it. It was really, really fun. We did like it. I want to see how the meta progression feels. It felt tight and responsive. If you guys want to see how many hours I've got in Returnal, 134 hours, and I'm at 91%. I'm slowly unlocking all the weapons. We've also played Lego Party for about an hour. We've really enjoyed that. It is really fun. The mini games are great. The computer cheats, but, you know, same as Mario Party. You know, Wario cheats. Anyway, Black Myth Wukong update didn't make enough improvements. It still looks bad in performance mode. I'm sitting at 45 hours in Ghost of Yotei. 45 hours, 46%. My wife and I are working our way through Borderlands 4. 44 hours and 42%. He doesn't play games. He's a tourist. Yeah. Here, let's check out Ball Pit. Is my audio working from this device? No, it's not. All right, hang on 1 second. No. Which one is this? Which capture card is it? Not to use. Hang on, let me turn my... Okay. You accidentally beat Yotei? Disagree about Backmouth Wukong, but carry on. You think the new performance mode is an improvement? I didn't notice any difference at all. Okay, so there's meta progression in Ball Pit. So you come back to your little base here and you build stuff and you harvest stuff, and the stuff that you build will either give you bonuses when you're playing, or it will unlock new characters. There's all sorts of different things that can come from, you know, you doing this. And when you're back, you can always do one harvest, but the same rule applies to how you harvest. You have to bounce off everything. So I'm going to try to bounce off of these guys over here, because these buildings, we're not getting the bonuses yet. You see the little bars above them? Okay, we got that one. We might be able to get the other one. Oh, yes, we did. Okay. Okay, so this is not the main game. This is like your meta progression, like when you come back, right? So all characters get a bonus of endurance. It affects your max health. All characters get a strength bonus. It affects the damage. Okay, so I can upgrade this and get more. You can see the currency at the top of the screen. You're grinding for that currency. You can also rearrange or dismantle. You can move stuff around. That might help you. While in rearrange mode, you can press X to drag left to select multiple buildings. So, like, I could take this rock and, like, put it there, right? I should actually probably put the rocks down here. That'll probably help us in the future if we need to deflect off of anything, right? So, let's show you the actual game. And I've unlocked a new character. It's kind of a rogue, but kind of not. It is and it isn't. It is a rogue. But it's also not. So the warrior's a level 4. Itchy Finger's maxed out at... Oh, I'm almost a level 6. Itchy Finger I like the most because he has scattered aim, but he shoots twice as fast. All right? Let me show you the concept here. So you get perks and abilities by fighting. And it's like a block breaker game. So your guy's going to, like, automatically shoot. The trick is to either go side by side or try to get your balls up there behind. Pause. You want to get your stuff behind them so that it's bouncing off of the wall in the back. That's going to be immensely helpful to you. You don't want to just focus on the front line like you're just like shooting a gun, right? So like right here, I'm going to go side by side, and I'm going to try and get a little bit of a side by side going off of these guys. And then we're going to try and get up there in the back as well. And then you collect the things on the ground and you level up, and then you get perks. So I can get better burn. I can get some freeze damage. Increased crit chance. So I'm going to add freeze damage. Now ideally what we would do is we would bust one of these guys over here. And we would try to get up behind them. But we're not having good luck with that right now. Okay, we're getting better, Luck. We're getting better. Like, yeah. See, now we can break in right there and get behind. That's going to be really important. You can heal past your max health, poison damage, 25% chance to launch a baby ball when you pick up a gem. I'm just going to go poison. We're going to try and maximize our damage output here. All right, we're going to try and get behind there again. Yeah, you also have to pay close attention to the arrows. The arrows will get you. These little spinny things will give you, like, it'll level your perks and things like that, which is really, really helpful. All right, we want to get up behind if we can. Yep. The more you focus on trying to get up and behind with your shots, the better. So now I can add Earthquake or I can upgrade Freeze. I'm going to add Earthquake. I'm going to run around and get some of this currency. All right, we're going to try and get rid of these guys so we can get up in there behind again. You see the addiction? Oh, man, dude. I was like, just one more, just one more. It's really, really satisfying. Okay, this will upgrade some of my stuff. I leveled up. Poison or Freeze. Let's level up Freeze. We have a pretty good build right now. We didn't get one of my favorite abilities yet, which is one that like adds a beam, horizontal or vertical. I'm going to try and throw some back there before coming down here. Yeah, time to go on a bit of a currency run here. What's up, poison? You can get perks that really help with like increased damage off the back wall. That's a dangerous one to pick because it really slows down all of your shots. So I'm always a little leery of that one. Now, Fusion is combining two. We're going to go ahead and fuse these two. There we go, freeze poison. And we'll be fighting a boss soon. You can see the track bar on my right. There's a little ball that you can slightly see over my right shoulder. And that's an exclamation point. And the field will get bigger. I did the one where like all baby balls deal more damage. And we have a boss now. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to angle everything behind him so that you get multiple bounces. We might want to go side by side actually. You don't want to get too close because they'll attack you. Like a red exclamation point will come up. Yeah, we definitely need to come to this side. That'll start working on the guys behind him. Got him. He dropped a bunch of stuff. Explodes into baby balls. Yeah, I think we want egg sac. Although all baby balls having their damage go up, let's do that actually instead. And let's upgrade with the fission. And we upgrade it again. Let's upgrade all baby balls again. All characters gain a speed bonus. It affects your move speed. So we got the Shoemaker schematic. So that's something we can build back at the meta progression of our home base. Let's upgrade Earthquake because we already have the Poison Frost. We got some health out there. This isn't great. We're not actually doing too good right now. We're going to have to really start to break through these barriers because they're getting a little close. You really got to focus on the side by side. If you just start shooting like straight up and down, it will be to your peril. evolution. Okay, evolution's going to take these two together. There we go. Magma. Not bad on the evolution there. We're cutting through now. We're really cutting through the crowd. That's a good evolution to get. You notice the fission was only going to give me gold. So you got to pay careful attention to that. Sometimes you're not going to get... I think it gives you gold and fission, but I think sometimes it's just giving me gold. I feel like the evolutions and the fusions really, really help. You're noticing right now the power that I'm now having is much better. Definitely keeping way, way ahead on pace compared. Fission was slightly helpful there. Oh, we might have to go direct shot on this guy. Yeah, he almost got us. They start shaking and they do the exclamation point when they're getting ready to attack. We might be able to get up in there and get some good bounce chaos going, which means then we could maybe get up in here and get some good bounce chaos going. Yeah, that's good. All right, boss time. This boss is actually pretty tough, so we want to be able to kind of focus on him as soon as possible. The broader the room is actually helpful right now because I need to get rid of all these guys that are in front of him. Oh, that guy got to attack me. Gotta watch out for his shots coming in. He's shooting a lot of arrows. Yeah, let's go with lightning because we don't have lightning out there. We're doing fire damage. We're doing ice damage. Let's mix it up. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. We got him. Let's fuse. Magma with the Broodmother. Magma Broodmother. We unlocked Schoolhouse. We leveled up again. Leveled our lightning. You got to really try to get them like up in there and bouncing around. It really makes a big difference. Yeah, this is my favorite one. The vertical and the horizontal lasers are amazing. This game will hook you. I'm just going to warn you guys, be careful with this one. I'm getting hit by the arrows a little bit too much. I need to pay more attention to that. Oh, they're getting a little bit more stout. They're taking a little bit more damage. Uh-oh. We ignored too long on the left. This is bad. Yeah, we're going to die. Yeah. It's hard because they'll attack you automatically when they get to the bottom. So, like, I could have gone up on a currency run. There was a lot of currency above them. Collect 2 each bounce. Collect 2 that one. So he levels. Okay. We come back here. And we have a new thing that we can build. So all characters gain a bonus of intelligence. All characters gain a bonus of speed. So these are going to cost... We have enough to build both. All right. All right. Now, they're not necessarily... See the bar? They're not necessarily ready, so we had to bounce off of them. Oh! You have to bounce off stuff to harvest and to build. So we built... This is not built yet, but we built this, so we got that bonus. Okay. It's weird, like tile-based kind of, you see the 3x3 magma hit. I heard evolution and magma, and I swore you were playing Pokemon. Nope, not Pokemon. Ball pit. So then, what you do is you go and you play one more time. And you just keep doing this. This game is called Ball Pit. Devolver Digital is the publisher. It is a super, super fun, easy to pick up game. Yeah, early on the goal is just to try to get it up in the back. Pause. So you're already noticing like a difference in the flow right now. We have like different abilities. So like we're not clearing quite as fast, but then all of a sudden you get like a nice run with the one that's like breaking and creating more littles. Oh, somebody got me with an arrow. I think that's one of my biggest weaknesses is I get caught up in the fray and I don't see the arrows coming in. It's also easy to see that fireball bouncing around and think that it's going to hurt me when it's mine. This one's good. Vampire's good for a chance to heal. I'm going to go ahead and snag that. Yeah, Devolver is really, really good at scoping out talent and picking up really good games. They're very, very good at it. Yeah, the Warhorn Opel really, really good with the one that I've got that, like, it spawns baby balls. As the Warhorn increases their damage. Getting hit by the stupid arrows again. I also think I need to do a better job of like going on currency Floats around your character and shoots a baby ball at enemies every 2 seconds. I don't think I've done this one before. I think I've always skipped it. This will be a good one. You been playing Megabong? Yeah, Megabong's cool. I've not had a chance to play it, but I've seen the gameplay footage. It looks really cool. Like, no frills. Nothing that impressive, just fun. Okay, we got him. Synergies with equipment. Ooh, over Yote and Expedition 33, we got Ball Pit and Megabonk. It's kind of true, you know? See, I just set a bunch of destruction up there in the back by launching a couple of shots up there, and then I can just come back down here and focus on the guys in the front. It's like every once in a while, you kind of want to do that. You kind of want to, like, look at how thinned out it is up there because I took advantage of that opening. Some of those would have been real game changers to my power. Like, passing through enemies is actually not great sometimes. Yeah, that one there. Bleed on laser. That's such a good combo. See, I'm going to get some stuff back there, up above them. Look at all the chaos up there. Yeah, we're doing a better job of managing the crowd. I need to get my currency, though. Yeah, we need to lean into the Warhorn and spawn as many baby balls as we can, because the Warhorn is the thing that's giving us a lot of our power right now. Yeah, we're in a little bit better situation this time. I don't have as many people in front of him as I did last time. Get rid of that guy. We gotta break into the side here. It's always the best way to hurt him. You gotta get stuff like up in behind in his little crowd there. There we go. This is bad. Yeah, this is really bad. Got him. That was that. That was not going well. We didn't get a good damage run on him. Oh, we got some health on the field, though. I'm trying to break up into here. Alright, that'll do the job. We're in trouble. This is not great. This is not great. We're not getting a lot of bounce. Yeah, we're in trouble again. We're not getting behind the line enough. Yeah, we're dead. You start to just get behind on your momentum. Like, you just can't get behind the line. Like, they just get too close and you can't get good bounce. No, I don't think you can shoot backwards. Well, I don't think I've tried. Okay, so we want to harvest. So we'll hit that. Build that. Okay. We didn't get to harvest any of the wood, but that's okay, because we got the perks from that. I don't get why these aren't getting hit. Yeah, if you can't get behind the line, you're cooked for the most part. Like, 'cause you're just not going to get enough damage. Like, you don't want to just sit there and, like, directly shoot at enemies. You want to put chaos behind them so you just get a bunch of bouncing. Like, if you can't do that, you tend to die pretty quickly. Like, your dilemma or your mistake would be to think, like, you just need to, like, aim like this at the guys in the front. And that works a little bit in the early stages, but you really want to be in the habit of, like, looking for openings and putting them behind them. Doesn't I play the same way? He shoots slower. Yeah, Stone Effigy's actually pretty helpful, if I'm honest. What we should be doing is just working on that guy so we can get some up inside. Like, I feel like this game's gonna land on, like, every platform and do so well wherever it lands. You know, this thing could crush on mobile. It kind of reminds me of, like, how, like, Vampire Survivors and Brotato were, like, really, really accessible on, like, basically all platforms. Music's dope. Yeah, you can tell they put a lot of passion into this. Like, every piece of it, like the sound effects, the animations, the vibe, the music. They've done a really good job. And the lasers are killer. Anything to make the laser stronger. Burning laser. Yeah, let's get a vertical laser going. Yeah, we're a lot stronger this time. We are a lot stronger this time. Like, my line is really high. Man, we are really strong right now. Close my phone and pause the stream. No green room today? No, we'll do green room. We'll do it in the Discord. Get him back there. Get him back there in the back. Look at that. Oh, I got hit by an arrow. Wasn't paying attention. Ah. Okay, I think we're doing a much better job on him this time. No, it's not 2 players. This game is called Ball Pit. We got the consulate, so we got a new blueprint. Yeah, let's keep increasing that area of effect. I feel like that's been really helpful. Yeah, I don't think this would work too well as 2. I mean, it could work as 2-player. Yeah, this might be the strongest that we've been. If I can just get a good angle over there on that guy, I can get rid of him and then get a bunch up in the top. That really is key. You got to target that. Oh my gosh, yeah, we got something up there going crazy. A versus mode? I don't know about a versus mode. Maybe. Maybe if you played and it was like almost like Tetris where you're like against each other on opposite sides of the board. And the better you play, the better you do, the more guys you send to their side or something. Gotta get more guys up there in the top again. We gotta get somebody here on the side. I've never made it this far. We gotta get rid of these guys. Yeah, I've never made it this far. Do we have to hit his crown? Yeah, we have to hit his crown. Oh. His arrow guys are a bit of a menace, but they're not too bad. They're manageable. Okay, we've got him to half health. Oh, this is bad. Oh, his health is so low. We're almost there. We're almost there. We just got to get a couple more up there behind him. I think we got him. We just got to get a couple more. Like, his bar is empty. First completion bonus. We did it. One more until next lift upgrade unlocked. So we can go, I think you can go deeper after 2 wins. So we got Cozy Home, unlocks a new character, Boneyard Trophy. You gain a special effect power for each character you've completed the Boneyard with. Cool. Yeah, so good luck. Between this and like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor and other little games like this, man, just so addicting and so fun. We got new upgrades unlocked. Housing. We can't build this yet. Unlocks a new character. We need 20 wheat. This unlocks a new character. That only costs 5 wood. I'm going to do... yeah, that. Okay, we can't build anything else. Okay. We've unlocked a new character, the Repentant. So when we go to play now, here he is. Sorrowful specimen filled with regret. Balls deal 5% more damage each time they bounce, but when they hit the back wall, they return to the player, damaging each enemy they pass through. So very different style of play there, but could be very fun, right? So you got him, you got this guy who does natural burn, and then this guy does natural bleed. I'm sorry, this is the default character. So I strongly recommend it. I think it's a great little game. It's super, super addicting. Super addicting. I could see this thing doing very well for the devs. I could see it landing on... I could see it landing on mobile. Any platform it's not presently on, I could see it landing on. I think it's pretty much on every platform right now. So... okay. Somebody's saying he's not reviewing the X model. You cherry-picked the video. Who are you talking to? I don't know who you're talking to, Travis. I'm going to assume you're coming here from Twitter because of a clip and you don't know what you're talking about and someone's lying about me. That would be my assumption. Okay. All right. If you are an active member on this channel, you've got a sub, you've got a membership. We greatly appreciate you doing that. And we are going to go into what is now called the Green Room. And this is a segment that we do in the Discord now. Travis thought he was commenting on a video and talked into a live chat. I guess. I'm assuming that, but I didn't cherry pick anything. The only thing we pulled up were clips from videos of people saying it wasn't an Xbox. Keep fighting that fight. You know what I'm saying? If anybody wants to belabor the point and keep calling it Xbox, yeah, go right ahead. Let me guess. One of the Xbox handhelds is an Xbox and the other one isn't? Yeah. Who the frick cares? All right, use the Discord command. Thank you everybody for using the Torch command today and supporting a new sponsor. If you can't come with us because you're not a member, or you're like, I'm just not interested in going into the Discord, if you're just not interested in that, I have a video about Arc Raiders and how they're handling player wipes. I'll put a link in chat if you guys want to go check that out. It's a short video. We uploaded that yesterday. If you're interested in Arc Raiders and how they're handling player wipes, the link in chat will take you there. Everybody else should head to the Discord. We'll be in there in a moment doing Green Room. So thanks so much for all of your ongoing support of the channel. 500's within reach. You might be able to do it tomorrow. And we're going to introduce a new segment on Friday night where Madam gives her thoughts on the weekly gaming news. All right? So, like cool game, something my missus I could play. Was that on console? Yeah, I was playing that on PlayStation. Yeah, you can't play together, but you could certainly take turns. So, appreciate you guys. I'll use the Discord command in chat. Use that link to come join us in the Discord. And if you've never done Discord before, give it a try. You just got to sync it with your Twitch or your YouTube account, and you can get access to all the rooms. All right? See you guys in there.